Good evening everyone. At 6 p.m. and I declare this ordinary meeting of Council open. I welcome all visitors in the public gallery, everyone watching on live stream, all councillors and city staff. I'd like to start by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the region in which we're meeting, the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation, and their continuing connection to the land, waters and community. We pay our respects to the elders past, present and their descendants. Item 2 is the disclaimer. The terms and condition of entry into this meeting are posted on the door as you enter. Please ensure that you have read them prior to attending this meeting. And I always add that if you're asking a question, making a public statement, please be respectful to the councillors and other people. Attendance and apologies. Councillor Parry is on approved leave of absence. I believe all other councillors are present. Item 4, declarations of financial proximity or interest infecting impartiality. As alluded to last week, and I'll quickly go over them, Councillor Johnson has declared an impartiality interest in item 13.9, proposed community purpose, Women's Rehabilitation Centre, Great Northern Highway, Poolsbrook, as Shalom House has provided volunteer labour during his 2019 election campaign. Councillor Johnson's also declared an impartiality interest in item 2.2, draft Guildford Mandoon Heritage Area Local Planning Policy, as he is an owner of a non-contributing house in Guildford. He is also a member of the Guildford Swan Historical Society, as a regular customer of the Rusty Old Boat, which is owned by Mr Chung, whose son gave a deputation last week. Mr Van der Linden has declared an impartiality interest in item 2.2, the draft Guildford Mandoon Heritage Local Area Plan, as his daughter's partner is an employee of the consultancy firm Element, and although his daughter's partner did not work on the project, that company was engaged to prepare the policy. And Councillor Congdon has declared an impartiality interest in item 4.2, the responsible authority of proposed childcare premises, Farrell Road, Midvale, as the Burgess Group has acted for one of his companies in the past. Are there any others, councillors or staff? Being no further declarations, we'll move on to public question time. And questions and answers recorded in the minutes of the meeting may be summarised in accordance with the Local Government Administration Regulations 1996. Questions and answers marked with an asterisk have been amended either for the purpose of summarising, that is removing preamble statements, or for editing purposes. So 5.1, answers to questions which were taken on notice, there were nil. 5.2, questions relating to reports contained in the agenda, 5.2.1. Questions of which due notice have been given, there were nil. And item 5.2.2, questions without due notice, there were nil. Are there any members in the public gallery who wish to ask a question on an item related to tonight's agenda? Yes, if you could please come forward to the microphone, state your name and ask your question on an item on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. With regards to agenda item 13.9, I have a few questions. Is Council aware of the differences between the rural residential zone of Park and Forest Street compared to the landscape zone of this property? The permitted uses, like group dwellings, private and public recreation facilities, club premises, etc., that are commonplace in the Swan Valley, are prohibited uses in the landscape zone.
Thank you. Are you asking that question of council staff or of individual
councillors?
Thank you. I think it's made quite clear in the report. Are there any other councillors wish to answer? No, if you could ask your next question.
Okay. Through the Mayor...
Sorry.
Yep.
I did ask if you could state your name at the beginning.
My apologies. My name is Troy Van Heemst.
Thank you.
I would like to ask my next question through the Mayor to the staff, please. Given that the Department of Health and Department of Biodiversity, Conservation and Attractions require site and soil evaluations to be conducted in July or August before an approved wastewater management plan be carried out, which will likely take 15 to 18 months from now to be completed, is it not putting the cart before the horse to approve of 24 people living on this property in the meantime?
Mr Russell, do you want to take the question on notice, or are you in a position to answer it?
No, Mr Mayor, no, I'm happy to take it. No, I don't believe it's putting the cart before the horse.
So then you're happy with 24 people using a family-sized septic system, Mr Russell? That's the implication?
It may well be, Mr Mayor.
Thanks anyway. My next question is for Council. As mentioned at the agenda meeting last week, I mentioned that there was an informal offer to purchase the property in question. Is Council aware that there is now a formal offer that's been made to the applicant, and the purchase price is agreeable to both parties, and there are some minor conditions to be sorted out?
I wasn't aware. I don't know if other councillors...
It came up at the agenda meeting and there was a little bit of a
I know
query.
there's that issue raised, and I believe the comment from the CEO of Shalom House said he was unaware of any such offer, and I'm still unaware of any such offer.
Well, now you are. Thank you, that's all.
Thank you very much. Any other questions from the gallery on items relating to the agenda? Councillor Radovnik?
Through you, Mr Mayor, are we able to get a bit more information about this offer for Shalom House? It's the first I've heard of it, and I'm sure most of the council haven't heard about this.
Well, I don't know who I'd ask, because I haven't heard about it either, Councillor Radovnik. So, that takes us to item 5.
Question, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Johnson.
Did Mr Van Heemst make the offer?
I don't know. He didn't say that he did.
I did not make the offer myself. I made it on behalf of a third party. The price is agreeable. It hasn't been signed by the applicant, but we are in negotiations currently.
The next question is, who's the third party? Why didn't they make the offer themselves?
Well, that's an interesting question. Simply because I have been speaking with both Peter Lyndon James and Mike Price to resolve the situation that we both face to get a favourable outcome for both parties. So, given that I was speaking with other people and other neighbours and representing them in those discussions, it came through me to Mr. Price.
In writing?
In writing.
Councillor Richards, do you have a question?
The purchaser is written on that document, but it's not a public document.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. At this point, I'm not sure what the relevance of the questioning is, because this is all information that has nothing to do with council, and because we don't have that information in front of us, it's conversations going on which aren't legitimate. There is nothing in front of us. It's just all hearsay at this stage.
Richardson, that can be your view, but a question was asked by Councillor Johnson of Mr Van Heemst, and he answered the question to the best of his ability. So if there's no further questions from the public gallery, that takes us to... Oh, if there is, sorry, I didn't see your hand go up, sir. If you can make your way to the microphone, push the talk button.
Good evening, Council.
If you can state your name and ask your question on an item on the agenda. Thank you.
Colin MacDonald from Lot 10, Farr Road. And it's in relation to the proposed childcare facility next door.
Yes, do you know what item number it is?
4.2, I believe.
So that's the childcare centre on Farrell Road.
Yes.
Thank you, councillors. That's on page 519 of the agenda. Thank you. If you could ask your questions.
Our biggest concern is fencing, privacy. The fence drops to 1.8 metres. Would that be possible to continue at 2 metres?
That's something for council to consider. It hasn't been raised as an issue before, as far as I'm aware.
The other concern is the traffic implications. I think it's proposed 120 children. And coming in and out of that area, I think it's a concern.
Thank you.
The land that's there at the minute is unmaintained. They've divided the property, and they say they're not going to do anything with the remainder of the property at the back. I believe it's going to end up in unmaintained state. Currently is. It creates fire hazard, vermin.
Okay, on that issue, we can only just advise you, we can only deal with the application before us. In relation to the rest of the property, it will be a requirement they'll have to keep it maintained to a satisfactory standard by the city's fire officers, so they can't grow wildly. And my understanding, the 1st of November, they'll have to have that property mowed back within 10 centimetres from the ground.
Okay. Then the parking within the childcare facility towards our property is a mix of visitors and staff. Would it be possible to have all staff to limit movements, traffic movements?
I mean, that's a consideration. I mean, we're only a referring body. This is a responsible officer's report, and the final determination will be determined by the joint development application process, so the Adams Joint Development Assessment Panel. But I'm sure you can raise any of those concerns or have those concerns put in writing, which they will then subsequently consider.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There was another question. Did I see another hand go up from a member of the gallery? Yeah, I think we'll get to that shortly. I'll just double check. Okay, so item 5.3, other questions, and 5.3.1, questions of which due notice were given. Mr. Bob Baku has asked 4 questions, and those answers are in the run sheet. Is Mr. Baku here? No. Those questions and answers will be in the minutes of the meeting. Questions from Ms. Karen Mowat. There are 5 questions asked, and they've all been answered. Is Ms. Mowat here? Once again, those questions and answers will appear in the minutes of the meeting. And item 5.3.2, questions without notice, and Ms. Viola Maripodi has a number of questions. I've been handed a copy only a few minutes, Mrs. Maripodi. For completeness, I'd like you to ask you, so it's recorded, ask your questions, but I think we'll have to take them on notice and get back to you in writing. Thank you.
Good evening. Tonight I have 4 questions concerning Emu Swamp in Ballajura. Earlier this year, the city undertook work to remove the non-native Eucalyptus grandis trees from Emu Swamp. It is very disappointing to see that the flooded gum, which are native, has also been cut down. Who gave authority to cut these native trees? Number 2, in the November 2021 notification of works notice by Richard Daniel, the only work to be carried out in Emu Swamp was the removal of non-native trees, yet unbelievably, a large winding vehicle access was cleared and constructed at this time. Who gave approval for this vehicle access, given that Emu Swamp is a conservation category wetland? Number 3. On the 7th of July, following discussions with the city's environmental team, Georgia Marshall admitted that this vehicle access should not have been made. She acknowledged that the track could attract people to the area. She stated that the city will remove the logs and mulch used to form this vehicle access. Who has overturned this decision? Since the clearing, number 4, since the clearing of this vehicle access, several makeshift structures made with large tree trunks and branches have been built in Emu Swamp. These structures are littered with rubbish, but concerningly, A double mattress has also sits within a structure. This area has now become a meeting point for people. Who will be held accountable if these dangerous makeshift structures fall and injure a person within them? Thank you.
Thank you. I thank you for your questions. As I said, I've only just received them, and I want to make sure that you receive the right answers back in the correct format, and they will be answered in writing and in the minutes of the meeting.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I also have a question from Ms Cheryl Rogers and Harry Grad. Are they in the gallery tonight? Thank you. I believe this question came in very late. There is no answer, so I'm happy for the council to take it on notice and provide a written response to that question. Thank you.
Mr Mayor, just in regard to that, first off, Senator, I have a financial interest in respect to the land associated with the question, so I'll give you that.
Thank you. So you're declaring an impartiality of some... Yeah. Okay. Thank you. You complete the appropriate form, and as I said, I've only just seen it as well. That takes us to... yes, I'm just about to get to the next page. I'll just turn the page. And are there any other members of the public who wish to ask a question of an item not on the agenda? Thank you very much. If you could please come to the podium, state your name and ask your question.
Well, I have, my name is James Pollard. I actually have 5 questions, but I'll start and see how I go. Given that the initial council resolution in January 2017 or around there to proceed with the Midland Overview master plan has been followed by further community consultation where around 65% of ratepayers surveys endorsed amendments mainly to do with allocating further open space and has again been endorsed by council in 2018. Can this council explain why it continues to delay progress and has not delivered on its promise to develop the open?
Thank you. In short, and I'll stand to be corrected, that as a result of a later resolution of council has determined to conduct more investigation and seek further assessment. Thank you, Mr Pollard, on that one.
Next question. Following the adoption of the final master plan in 2018, several councillors and some members of the public continued with further depositions, resolutions and questions that included unsubstantiated claims that the public didn't want the MORM to go ahead, delaying the progress of the MORM for over 4 years. Why has this council listened to them but ignored the Council of Swan survey data that shows that ratepayers want the plan to go ahead?
Thank you. I believe there, as I've just stated previously, there was a subsequent resolution of council to have further investigation on the MORM area, and that's still undergoing now.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Question 3. I understand a workshop has been organised as a result of a motion by a councillor who has resigned. This workshop calls for consideration of further changes and proposes a number of other options despite the MORM being endorsed at a prior council meeting. This will likely delay the MORM even further, placing undue stress on City of Swan staff who are geared up and ready to move forward with the option that was already endorsed. Why will the council not accept its own decisions and move on with the plan?
As I've stated previously, Mr Pollard, council has made a subsequent decision after those previous motions to conduct further investigations. The workshops are ongoing, and I'm hoping they'll be completed in the very near future so we can proceed.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. 2 to go.
Thank you.
Question number 4. While the Midland Oval redevelopment master plan appears to be on hold at the moment, there must be costs associated with holding and maintenance costs, not to mention possible civil or contractual claims that haven't been actioned due to the goodwill of investors and contractors who still believe in the potential of the Midland area. Can the council please report on how much the City of Swan ratepayers are being forced to pay while the council sits on its hands, refusing to move on with the plan as was previously endorsed?
Thank you. I'll have to take that question on notice because obviously it'll take some detailed investigation if there has been any additional expense. I won't comment further on that, but we'll get back to you in writing on that one.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And finally, a fairly general question. Certain councillors are on the record campaigning to keep rates down, yet continue with motions that stall the Midland Oval redevelopment master plan and adversely affect spending and waste ratepayers' money. When will they get behind this plan and participate in delivering value for money by supporting development in the Midland area instead of doing their best to stop development?
Well, I can't answer for all other councillors, Mr Pollard, and as I've said previously, there was a subsequent decision of this council to have a review, to have a workshop to come up with perhaps alternative options. The motion adopted in 2018, the MORM, is still the current motion, but we're doing some further investigation at this time.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, it takes us to item 6, public statement time, and registration for public statement time at council meetings was required by 3 p.m. Tuesday, the 4th of October. I had Mr Pollard down. Now, you've just asked a number of questions. You also want Mr to make a public statement. Okay, you have 2 minutes, thank you.
Thank you. I'll do my best. Squeak it along. Say when.
Thank you.
Good
When
to go?
you start talking, yeah.
Thank you.
Get me stopwatch out.
No worries. Thank you. I've come here today, as you know, to speak about my concerns for the Midland Oval and the master plan for its development. At this point in time, the whole project appears to have stalled and there seems to be no end in sight to the delay. Why does this concern me? Well, back around that period of 2015 and 2016, I, like many others, was impressed by the presentations available at the time, touting the new plan to develop the Midland Oval. The whole thing seemed to make so much sense, something would link the whole area together. It was really exciting stuff. Well, there were early indications of trouble as a great debate about public open space emerged, and interest groups mobilised their minions, and well, we all know what happened. In any case, they got more open space and the council adopted the final master plan in 2017-2018. But that didn't matter. In June 2018, there was a motion to cease work on the MORM and conduct a referendum. It was lost, but caused delay. On the 28th of August 2018, questions about the proposed car park were raised. More delay. Then, at a council meeting in 2019, there was a confirmation that the City of Swan had complied with all requirements of the Local Government Act. It finished with a call to move forward with the now newly named New Junction project. But it didn't happen. There was an attack on the financial plan underpinning the funding of the MORM. There was a motion for a letter to cancel a lot of arrest funding for a playground. There was a deputation by a member of the public claiming the destruction of heritage within Midland, and I think we all remember how that slowed things down. There were motions to change the plan, throwing away all the statutory planning requirements, as well as financial and legal requirements and obligations. Advice was that this would have exposed the City of Swan to significant legal and financial risk. So the councillor went ahead and put the motion anyhow, and it was lost for delay.
Yeah, 30 seconds left, thank you.
Okay. There was a flicker of activity then in February this year, a motion to have a workshop to discuss all the options again after it had all been endorsed in 2018. So where are we? Well, for me, I'm worried that there's a certain pattern to have emerged. In my opinion, what has gone on is a systematic plan to frustrate the MORM at every opportunity. If you research the motions, deputations and questions, you'll see the same names crop up over and over. In the time it has taken this council to come up with the idea of a workshop to consider what has already been endorsed, Midvale has an entirely new commercial area and a growing population of residents who are happy about it, and Bellevue is now transformed. I'm concerned that unless people like me don't start to speak up, this amazing opportunity will pass by us and Midland will miss out.
2 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next person I have listed to make a public statement is Mr Colin McDonald. Now, Mr McDonald, did you want to make a public statement, or you came up and asked a number of questions earlier, perhaps at the incorrect time? But have you finished with your questions or public statement to council? Thank you. Item 7, councillors, is petitions, and I'm advised that Mr Ron Carey has a petition relating to an upcoming council report on the possible outsourcing of the City of Swan Community Services care. Thank you, Mr Carey. If you can read the header of the petition, give us a broad indication of how many signatures you have, that would be much appreciated.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm representing the registered clients of the City of Swan. Councillors, your registered clients. The petition reads, we the undersigned, being registered clients and carers, youth and people with disabilities, currently receiving assistance from the City of Swan Community Care Services, respectfully request that all elected members support the retention of the existing services currently provided by the City of Swan. The petition is signed by 256 of your councillors, your registered clients. Now, there could have been 1,100 signatures on this petition, but the City has just over 1,100 registered clients. We don't interact with those as drivers and volunteers because we don't need to do that because they're serviced by other authorities funded by the City of Swan. It won't be the last time you hear from me on behalf of the clients, on behalf of the volunteers and on behalf of the staff. We'll be back next month when this matter comes back to Council. You'll be receiving a submission from us, 11 pages, telling you why, suggesting why you should keep things as they are.
Okay.
It's not broken.
I
We
think
say
you've-
do not fix it. And the last thing I'll say, with your indulgence, Mr. Mayor, is this service is 41 years old, and it's never been a risk. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other petitions to be handed in by members of the public or by councillors? Then perhaps if you could pass that petition over and it will form part of the report when that item comes before council, and thank you for your attendance and submitting that. Item 8 is deputations, and as you're aware, deputations for items on this agenda were heard at the agenda forum held last Wednesday, the 28th of September. Item 9, announcements by the presiding member. Just very quickly, the City of Swan held its NAIDOC Day yesterday at Weir Park of the local area on Cale Street. I'd like to publicly thank Indigo Junction for their lead role in this event. All other participants, and there were hundreds of tents set up, there were thousands and thousands of visitors throughout the day. Congratulations also to the City of Swan staff who supported the project. It was fantastic to see, and I think it puts action in the word with our reconciliation action plan. So well done, everyone. Item 10, members' questions. Item 10.1, answers to questions which were taken on notice. There are nil. Item 10.2, questions of which due notice has been given. There are nil. And item 10.3, questions of which due notice has not been given. Councillors, are there any questions? Being no questions, we'll go on to item 11, leave of absence, and I believe there's a couple of things, Mr. CEO.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. Good evening, councillors, members of the public. I have two requests for leave of absence. Councillor Congressman, from the 25th of October to the 27th of October, and Councillor Knight from the 17th of June next year to the 2nd of September next year. Thank you.
Thank you, and also note that in your run sheet, Councillor Knight is requesting leave from tomorrow, the 6th of October, through to the 14th of October inclusive. I need a mover and a seconder for those leave of absence. Moved Councillor Richardson, seconded Councillor Zanino. Is there anyone against? I'm glad of that. Being no one against, I declare that carried unanimously, which takes us to item 12, confirmation of the minutes, and 12.1, confirmation of the minutes of the ordinary council meeting held on the 7th of September 2022. I'm looking for a motion, councillors. Moved Councillor Congdon, seconded Councillor Jones. Is there anyone against? Being no one against, I declare that motion carried for the minutes. That takes us to item 13, councillors. Any business left over from the previous meeting, and item 13.9, proposed community purpose Women's Rehabilitation Centre, Lot 8, Great Northern Highway, Bullsbrook. It's on page 15.
Question.
And Councillor Bowman, are you going first?
Question, Mr. Mayor.
Question, Councillor Johnson.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move a motion to suspend our local laws. So I'm looking at part 11. It says a member may at any time move that the operation of one or more of the provisions of this local law be suspended. So I'd like to move a motion, which I've got here.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask Councillor Johnson through you what section of the...
I'm using part 11 and I'm going to suspend 2.2, which is the order for the duration of 13.9. Okay, I'll carry on if I may.
Thank you.
I'm moving that using part 11 of the local law. I'd like to move to suspend section 2.2 of the local law in order to change the order of the business for the duration of the alternate motions in 13.9. And the order to be number 1 would be a deferral motion based upon the information we just heard. Number 2 would be the officer's recommendation. Number 3 would be Councillor Bowman's motion. Number 4 would be Councillor Jones' motion. And the reason is to allow a rational order for debate. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? I do. Councillor Podolnik is first. Is there anyone against? You wish to debate it, Councillor Bowman? I'll just get some advice. I'm still looking up the different points. We're just conferring. Okay. So I've got a motion to change the order. It's not so much the agenda item, which we quite often do when we have urgent items, councillors. It's the order in which the different amendments are dealt with. So Councillor Johnson, I believe, is... Well, can I just finish my explanation? Thanks, Councillor Catalano. I believe Councillor Johnson wishes to have the deferral motion dealt with first, followed by the officer's recommendation, followed by Councillor Bowman's alternative motion, then followed by Councillor Jones's alternative motion. Have I got that correct, Councillor Johnson? Thank you. It's a procedural motion. Do you wish to debate it or not?
Mr. Mayor, I can explain my reason.
Well, just let me check on a procedural motion that you have got the right to move it and debate it. I'm just waiting for the government's officer to give me the heads up, and obviously if we get advance warning of this, we can be ready to rock and roll. Let's try and find procedural motions. So if it's an item not listed, then it comes back to my determination. Councillor Johnson, I believe I'm correct in saying that, so I'm just going to put it straight to the vote. Yes, Councillor Catalano, your question?
Yeah, thank you. I'm just a little bit confused about our rule, and is that what we're suspending, the rule that the ward councillors who put up the motion, that their motions go first?
Yes, that's what Councillor Johnson has indicated.
That's what we're suspending in this instance, and that can be suspended by this particular...
that's his motion?
Motion. Okay. All right, thanks.
Okay, I'm just going to put the motion. Those in favour of Councillor Johnson's motion. I have Councillor McCulloch, Councillor Richardson, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Knight, Councillor Congdon, Councillor Johnson and Councillor Podolnik, which is 7. There's only 13 in the chambers, so the motion is passed. So the order of proceedings, councillors, the other were against. You get all the names. Thank you, Kathy. Thank you. So the order of the motions will be a deferral motion, but I haven't got a deferral motion before me. Thank you. So what is your motion? Thank you, Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't normally do things on the fly like this. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to...
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Point of order, Councillor Bowman. Councillor Johnson, please resume your seat.
We may have just voted on changing the order, but my understanding is it will still then go to the ward councillors, so would it not be that we then get to choose, or are we making up the rules as we go?
No, I thought I made it very clear when I clarified with Councillor Johnson what his motion was, that the order of the motions to be dealt with would be a deferral motion, the officer's recommendation, your motion, and then Councillor Jones's motion. I thought I made that very clear, and I clarified that point with Councillor Johnson, and he confirmed that's what his intention was.
You did, Mr. Mayor, but you didn't say that Councillor Johnson would be then the first person that gets to move a deferral
Well,
motion.
I said I need a deferral motion, and Councillor Johnson indicated first that he wanted to defer the item. Councillor Johnson.
Look, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Councillor Barnwell. That's actually a very good point. Councillors, I'm proposing to defer this motion until the next meeting. My reason is that we got information tonight that an offer has been made to Shalom House to purchase the property, and that may change the views of the applicant. Now, we have heard from the person making the offer, but we've not heard from the person receiving the offer.
Councillor Johnson, first of all,
I know it's not relevant. But it's
you're more or less entering debate. I need a motion to defer,
Sorry.
and to what time? Thank you. So, are you moving the deferment motion? What is it? So
my motion is to defer this to the next meeting for the reason that of changed circumstances.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Brodovnik, is there anyone against? You wish to debate the motion, Councillor Bowman? Thank you. Councillor Johnson, you've got 5 minutes to open your debate.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, when I asked Mr. Van Hinst if he had made the offer, I had no idea and was absolutely floored when the answer was yes. I asked that question because I thought, well, if there is an offer, the only people we can ask are either the offerer or the acceptor. So it's potentially...
I just want to clarify, sorry for interrupting, Councillor Johnson. I think Mr Van Heap's answer was he made the offer on behalf of the third party. So I just want to get that right. It's not his offer. Thank you.
That's true. He made the offer on behalf of a third party. So what we've got is first-hand information. And the other information is that we have first-hand information that this was an offer for the purchase of land in writing. Now, as we've got it first-hand, it's information that completely surprises me and floors me, but I think as a council I have to take that seriously, and I think this whole council has to take that seriously. This may change the views of the applicant. We don't know because we've not received any information from the applicant, but it places a question over it. I've heard suggestions that this may be a possible way forward, and I think for that reason we ought to consider deferring this. And we've got the other piece of information I want to put before council is that we have changed the order of these alternate motions to place them in a logical order. So in the event this deferment fails, then we're going down a logical sequence of progression from officer's recommendation through to Councillor Bowman's motion, which is a time-limited approval, to Councillor Jones' motion, which is to reject. So I think we're now in the very best possible position we could be as a council to make this decision, and I truly believe the right thing to do is to defer this till the next meeting when we might get information from Shalom House. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Brodovnik is the seconder. You have 5 minutes if you need it.
Yes, I would urge council to please support this deferral. I mean, I've heard rumours that there were some negotiations and discussions happening before the council that wasn't confirmed. If we're hearing these rumours and, you know, tonight we've heard a bit more information about it, we do need to have something that's solid and something that we really, you know, can be sure about, as opposed to rumours. And again, tonight, nothing has been presented in concrete, but there's a very strong indication that discussions are happening and potentially an agreement has been reached. So now is not the time to approve or reject such a big development and proposal. We really do need to have all the facts before us. It's just logical to defer this. I'm asking council to take a logical step, defer it. It's only a few weeks. We'll hear it again next month. And next month we absolutely will have things in writing, things in concrete, and we'll have a lot more confidence and assurance when we make a decision. We can't have that confidence tonight. We can't have that assurance tonight without the information that we need to see. Please, it's just logical. Please support this deferral.
Thank you. A speaker against the motion, Councillor Bowman, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And it's interesting that a long process that we've changed the order because councillors think that's going to be an easy option. This is not an easy item. And again, councillors, public question time is for the public to ask us questions, not for us to ask them questions. At any time, Shalom could have withdrawn their application. If they've got an order, if they've got an offer, they could have withdrawn their application, or they could have put it in writing 5 minutes before this meeting to say, please not deal with it today. But they didn't. Councillors, this is not something new. I actually asked the question at the agenda forum. I'd heard about it. The only difference then was the offer wasn't in a legal, and I use the word, wasn't in the legal lingo contract. I'm pretty sure that a lawyer here representing Shalom is here. Could have quite easily tonight provided that withdrawal, but hasn't. Councillors, it is a hard decision to make. We need to make it. And that's why I'm not supporting the deferral. And perhaps the deferral has been done so this council does not reject an application, because that may not be a good outcome for one party. Whether we approve the application might not be a good outcome for one party, but we should be deciding that tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Speaker for the deferral. Councillor Congdon.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm quite happy to support the deferral for the matter of 4 weeks. I don't see it's going to do any harm, and there will be then some certainty whether the offer is real or not real, and that's something we don't know in this chamber because we are not privy to that information. However, I have got a problem with the other words that have been used about logical in changing the order. Councillors, be very mindful about changing the orders in respect of this, because what it does is one councillor suggesting we should change the order to suit the councillor. Have a think about where we go in the future with this.
Thank you. Speaker against the deferral. Any other speakers for or against? Then you have a right to reply. Councillor Johnson, please make it only to the points raised in debate against.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. Look, it was council that decided tonight to change the order in which we heard these motions, and it was council that decided to proceed with the deferral. And it's council that can make that decision. It's not just one councillor. Councillors, it's not going to cause any harm whatsoever to either party if we defer this tonight. So I don't think there's anything more to say. I urge councillors to defer this. I think it's logical and rational. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now put the deferral motion as moved by Councillor Johnson. Those in favour of Councillor Prodovnik, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Congdon, Councillor Knight and Councillor Zanino, which is 5. The deferral motion is lost. Thank you. We now go on to the officer's recommendation. I need a mover and a seconder, councillors. Councillor Johnson, you're moving the officer's recommendation. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Richardson, is there anyone against? Do you wish to debate it, Councillor Bowman? Thank you. Well, I've got a mover and a seconder. If there's no one who wishes to speak against the item, I'm going to put the motion to council. Those in favour of Councillor Richardson, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Knight, Councillor Catalano, Councillor Johnson and Councillor Prodovnik, which is 7. The motion is passed, 7 to 6. Have you got all those names recorded? Thanks, Kathy. Thank you. The item is passed as per the officer's recommendation. Thank you, councillors. That takes us to the next item on the agenda. We're going back to, I don't think we suspended standing orders. It was just on that item, councillor. So we're going to Part B. It's on page 11 of your run sheet. 1. Adoption of those recommendations contained in the item not withdrawn. So for the benefit of members observing the meeting, the council uses an en bloc method of decision making. This means that the agenda items where council supports the officer's recommendation are not debated separately. One vote is taken on all of those items and the officer's recommendation therefore becomes a decision of council. The following items have not been withdrawn for individual consideration and will be dealt with via the en bloc vote. Therefore, the officer's recommendation will be the decision of council. I intend to read out the item number, councillors, in Part B. You've got your run sheet in front of you. Item 2.1, item 2.2, item 4.1, item 4.2, item 4.4, item 4.5, item 4.6, item 4.7, item 4.8, item 4.9, item 4.11, item 5.1, item 6.1, item 6.2, item 6.3, item 6.4, item 7.1 and item 7.3. In Part C, item C3.1, item C3.2 and item C3.3. I need a mover and a seconder. Move Councillor Condon, seconded Councillor Zanino. Is there anyone against? Being no one against, I declare all those items that I've just read out to be carried as per the officer's recommendation in the agenda report. The following reports from Part B and C have been withdrawn for debate in accordance with the Meeting Procedures Local Law 2019 and will be dealt with by the Council individually. In Part B, it's item 2.3, item 4.3, item 4.10, item 5.2, item 7.2, item 7.4, and there's no items from Part C. So we'll start, councillors, on page 13 of your run sheet, item 2.3. I've just been handed a note addressed to the CEO. It says, in accordance with item 9.12 of our local procedures law, Councillor Bowman gives notice of the revocation notice for item 13.9. What I need to know, Councillor Bowman, do you want that revocation motion to be heard tonight or at a subsequent meeting?
Mr Mayor, 9.1 is tonight, and my understanding is you want to bring it up in urgent business.
Thank you. Okay, we're on item 2.3, councillors. Adoption of the draft Sustainable Environment Strategy. It's on page 330 of your agenda. Councillor Catalano, you have an alternative motion. I believe the only changes are highlighted in red. If that's correct, can you just please read out those changes? Thank you.
Yes, that's correct. So just adding in under the biodiversity section, which I believe is actually say that I'll just go to it. Yes, I'll just go to page focus area biodiversity, which is 5.4, and I don't think we need to the city must protect biodiversity. And it is important we view biodiversity loss as not just a risk to the natural aesthetics, but as a threat to the intrinsic balance of the ecosystem we live in and enjoy in the city, as well as to our own health. Of paramount, this is the bit I'm adding, of paramount consideration to the City of Swan is the retention and protection of areas of remnant bushland and old growth local species trees.
Thank you.
Then
Further
there's
down to
another
item 4.
section which is to do with strategies, or it's actually to do with the action plan.
All I need you to do is read out the change in red.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor.
So, in changing over street lights to LEDs, all subsequent documentation related to this project must specify compliance with the National Light Pollution Guidelines for Wildlife 2020.
And the rest remains.
I don't know what the and is there for, but anyway. Oh, and authorise the CEO. Yes, okay.
Thank you.
Did you want reasons?
A reason, if you have one, that'd be lovely.
Well, the reasons are that
we need to, these are just extra steps to help us get to a sustainable environment.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Howard, is there anyone against? If you are, Councillor, you wish to debate it, Councillor Henderson? Thank you. You've got 5 minutes to open your debate, Councillor Catalano.
Thank you. Remnant bushland. Remnant bushland now equals rare, threatened ecological communities. And they're more than likely now to be found on city reserves, road reserves. And why is that? And that's because everybody knows just how much natural bushland has been lost in the city over the last 30 years. Malaga, Caversham, Dayton, Brabham, Ellenbrook, Hazelmere, all gone. These changes are so critical, or this change for protecting remnant bushland is so critical to halting the extinction of biodiversity in the city. That's what the city can do to halt biodiversity and to halt the extinction of biodiversity in our city. And it's important that the city also sets an example for other entities like developers and other private property owners. The city still has incredible natural biodiversity contained in its remnant bushland sites. In the Gilbert Clay soils, we've got the Blackadder Creek and Swan River. We've got the Forest Sandy Ridge Hill Shelf up there with the Bush Forever site along Farrell Road. We've got the Laterite Hills Reserve in Gidgagana, and we've got other roadside reserves and bits and pieces, Wandoo Heights, just all through the city of Swan. We've got remnant bushland, yes, right on the roads. And that's where we come to retaining large remnant local species trees. Marri, Jarrah, Wandoo, coastal blackbutt and wetland melaleucas, hakeas. These are the local species trees. They're not just any old gum tree from other parts of Australia. These are local species trees that provide habitat and food for local species fauna, birds, reptiles, mammals, insects. Without these trees, without this bushland, we won't have the fauna. This is our unique biodiversity that is under threat of extinction. These trees are the foraging habitat for endangered species like the cockatoos, the Carnaby cockatoos. These are hundreds of year-old trees. And does our environment, do our fauna, do we have time to wait for the seedlings or the small trees that we're putting in now? Do we have the hundreds of years to catch up to what we're losing when we chop down one of these large remnant trees? I don't think so. It's so critical for the city to walk the walk and not just talk the talk. We are at that point. I have said it so many times in this chamber. We are there. The remnant bushland and the local species, they really matter, and it is critical for the survival of the unique biodiversity that's still left in the city of Swan, and for our sense of place and identity, and for protecting all of us living beings from the effects of heat in the era of climate change. Once it's gone, it can never be replaced. That's what's so important for us to put it as to protect remnant bushland and these large old local species trees as a paramount consideration. And just getting now onto the LED replacement.
You have 1 minute left, thank you.
Thank you. The Harvard study in 2020 brought up the dark side of blue light that comes from LED when street lights or lights are replaced with blue light LEDs. And there's an adverse effect on humans, insects, animals and birds. Basically, the blue light LEDs disrupt melatonin,
and that disrupts sleep and leads to all kinds of harmful effects in humans: cardiovascular disease, diabetes, poor productivity, obesity. The University of Exeter in the UK found that the UK's transition to LEDs has been poorly considered, and the ecological and human costs haven't been properly considered in converting over to LEDs. And there's quite a few councils over there now having to spend quite a lot of money to reduce the impact of LED lighting after they've installed it. So all I'm doing with this second part is to just ensure that decisions are made when it comes to replacing streetlights, when it comes to replacing...
Thank you, Councillor Catalano.
Thank
That's
you.
your 5 minutes. Councillor Howard, I think was seconder.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I echo the words of Councillor Catalano. The City of Swan, let's lead with best practice. I really have nothing much more to add other than when you know better, you do better, and we know the importance of protecting our endemic local species for the protection of our City of Swan biodiversity.
Thank you. Speaker against the motion, Councillor Henderson.
Councillors, let me start by making it absolutely clear that I am very much a supporter of biodiversity in our city. I absolutely appall the urban development we see where trees are absolutely flattened, you end up with a sand paddock and scorched earth. And I've railed against that for many, many years. What I would like to see here, however, is a bit more, if you like, community scrutiny on where we go with this policy. And one of the things that you'll note if you look at page 336 is that we have got to spend a lot of money even before we break even. And we're talking into the tens of millions of dollars over that period, 6-8 years. Now, if we're going to spend that kind of money, someone's got to pay for it, usually the ratepayer. And it'll be some time before we start to see the financial gains or benefits that come out of a strategy. What we really need to do is to look at how do we deal with that. Well, we might be able to get some grants, we might not. We need to say, okay, what will that mean in rate increases for our ratepayers? In other words, from 31 submissions from the entire city of Swan, we see a strategy that's going to cost millions and millions of dollars. What I'd like to see us do is to address that more broadly with the community. Just to make a point about lights, 9,000 and 10,000 degree Kelvin lights are absolutely awful. They are stark, they interrupt insects and animals. You're absolutely right, Councillor Catalano. Somewhere around 3,000 to 4,000 degrees Kelvin is the ideal lighting for easy on the eye and the like. So those sort of things I think are important. So what I would do, Mr Mayor, is I'll foreshadow a motion. Do you want me to tell you what the foreshadowed motion might be, or just say the foreshadow?
If you foreshadow a motion, it's going to be opposite the staff recommendation for those additions that will be fine for now.
Yeah,
I mean, have you got it prepared?
It's like a page, so basically it will be to go out.
Foreshadow the motion now.
Foreshadow
so
to go
everyone's aware.
to consultation to finalise it in some detail. So, councillors, it's good to do this. It's good to get it right. I do think we need to go out and do public consultation in a number of areas, in the media, in each ward. We should have a public evening to go through the detail of what we want to do, but what it will cost them as well. It's very important that they do know what the implications might be longer term. So, councillors, a good step forward, but I think we do need to add that one step just simply to get the I's dotted and the T's crossed.
Thank you. Speaker for the motion. Councillor Bowman.
Move the motion be put.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Jones. I will now put that, but I need a 75% indication from the council. I'll let staff to try and do the math. So, anyone against before I put the motion? Are those in favour of the motion being put, please raise your hand. Councillor Bowman, Councillor Congredon, Councillor Zanino, Councillor McCulloch, that is 4, that is not 75%, so the motion will continue. I'll ask again, are there any other speakers for or against the motion? Being no other speakers, Councillor Catalano, you have your right of reply, thank you. Well, I can ask the staff to try and correct it, but there's been intermittent transmission problems. So, Kathy, just to advise that live streaming is not working. Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Question, Mr Mayor. Can I correct something that was said?
Point of order, Mr Mayor.
Well,
I do believe you've asked for closing.
I've called for the right of reply. Councillor Johnson, you've missed the boat, I'm afraid. Councillor Catalano, you've got 5 minutes for your right of reply.
Thank you. I just wanted to talk a little bit about the community scrutiny and the consultation, and there's quite a lot of submissions that were made about more community input into it, and then possibly about a community stakeholder group or in liaison with the city. There was lots of different ideas in there, and I did actually ring up some of those submitters actually to ask them what they thought about the strategy and those ideas that they'd raised. And also on the weekend I went to a meeting about sustainability that was put on by some councillors in Victoria Park. And
Councillor Catalano, I'm sorry to interrupt, but you're introducing new information. You're introducing new information. You should have said that in your first 5 minutes.
No, but what I'm
the right of reply is only to rebut anything Councillor Henderson said in debate. So please.
And it is getting there because
well,
what
I'm
trying to say,
to continue down that line.
What? Well, about consultation.
No, about you attending a conference in East Victoria Park.
No, but what I was trying to get to, thank you, was that sustainability, which came out of my meeting on the weekend, the practical issues for achieving a sustainable environment, it's not been formulated. Nobody has the answers just yet. Everybody is still trying to work out what is right. Things like the LED lights, that's sort of been recognised with now bringing into these moderations so that we don't affect the melatonin and these other. But the thing is that mostly there's going to be a lot of consultation in the future about sustainable practices and how we can get to sustainability, because big changes are going to have to be made by all of us, and it is going to cost all of us a lot of money. So what I wanted to say about that weekend meeting was that nobody there was quite a lot of other councillors from different councils, and nobody there had answers either. It's not a question of just putting this out to consultation and we're going to get the answers we need. Yes, consultation is definitely going to happen in the future because we're going to have the plans that come down from this environment strategy, which no doubt, I think there'll be a lot of community participation. The community will want to get behind it. They want to be a part of it, and I think that the city will, at that point, start looking at how it actually engages with the stakeholders to perhaps have much more of a dialogue happening about the action plans, the 6 action plans that follow on from the sustainable environment strategy. So this is just to put the strategy in place. No doubt in the future, 3 to 5 years, as with most of these strategies, it'll be reviewed again. But this is the strategy. Underneath that is the 6 action plans. There's going to be so much consultation about this henceforth. This is not something we're putting in stone now, because I tell you, the world is not like that anymore. It is moving fast, and we need to be as flexible as we can. We've got to have something in place. We've just got to make sure
You have 1 minute left then.
that what we're doing is not is addressing those first two important issues which I've identified from this strategy, and in talking to the submitters are the two most important ones. But there's going to be heaps of things going down the track. There's going to be mistakes made, and it's going to cost us. It's going to cost us all. We're all going to have to make sacrifices. So that's all I wanted to say on that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now put the motion. Those in favour. I have Councillor Bowman, Councillor Prodovnik, Councillor Jones. Your hand is up, Councillor Jones. Councillor Johnson, Councillor Howlett, Councillor Catalano, Councillor Congdon, myself, Councillor Knight, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Richardson. The motion is passed. 2 councillors against for Councillor Henderson and Councillor McCullough. Thank you. That takes us to the next item. It's item 4.3. The RA report of the proposed industrial warehouse and ancillary uses, Talbot Road, Hazelmere. It's on page 551 of your agenda. Councillor Catalano, you have an alternative motion.
Yes, thank you. So once again, my amendment's in red, so I can read that out.
Thank you.
So there's a modification to the officer's recommendation to condition 11. Prior to submission for a building permit, the applicant owner shall submit to the satisfaction of the City of Swan a modified landscape plan that 1. Notates the spatial area in square metres of the various landscape areas within the plan to demonstrate compliance with the City's 10% site landscaping requirements. In this instance, that at least 2,470 square metres of landscaping area is provided, and 2. Incorporates Corymbia calophylla, that's marri trees, as opposed to magnolia, teddy bear and Corymbia viscifolia as depicted in the submitted landscape plan. The approved landscape plan must be implemented within the first available planting season after the initial occupation of the development and maintained thereafter to the satisfaction of the City of Swan. Where Corymbia calophylla trees fail to establish within the first 2 planting seasons following implementation, they must be replaced. Any other plantings must be replaced in consultation with the City of Swan. I'd just like to actually make just one little change to that. Incorporates at least 5 Corymbia calophylla trees under 2. Yes, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Knight. Is there anyone against? There is one against, so we'll get that. I'll take your question first. Thank you, Councillor Bowman.
Mr Mayor, through you to the CEO, Mr CEO, should councillors be dictating down to the details specific 3?
CEO.
Thank you, through the chair. I think it's an interesting question. We did have some discussion about that. The trees mentioned are trees approved by the council, so it would be interesting to see the applicant's response.
Mr Mayor, next question through you to perhaps Exec Manager of Operations. The tree that's been recommended, trees to me are green and they've got leaves on it, or they're not. This tree, how big does it grow? And will it have issues from the roots and all that, considering we've got another item later on that has many issues as well? So is there going to be an impact? Because without that, I wouldn't have the information to make a decision.
Mr. Jacowina.
Yeah, I don't have the specifics of each of those trees, but they are listed in our verge guidelines. So when we put them into our verge guidelines, they normally get listed if they are suitable for planting. So from a city staff perspective, because they're in the guideline, we would say that they would be approvable for planting.
Mr Mayor, my next question through you, perhaps to the Exec Manager of Planning. This is a planning item as such. My understanding is the trees are being planted on the property and not a verge. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, Mr. Van der Linden.
That is correct.
Mr Mayor, my next question is through you, perhaps to the CEO. or the acting manager of governance. Would I be correct if we have a policy on what trees can be planted on verges? They do not apply to what trees should be planted or could be planted on private property in a planning application?
I think that might be better for Mr Russell or Mr Van der Linde. I've raised the same question this afternoon. All of the trees listed in the officer's report and all the trees suggested by Councillor Catalano are, my understanding is they're on the recommended list that the city approves. My only question was, because I didn't know what a Corimimba califea is, I've looked it up, and the Maori tree, it's a honky nut tree.
Mr Mayor, my next question is, are these trees harder to actually start growing? Because the requirement there is that if they don't establish within the first 2 years, so are you putting extra pressure, extra financial cost on the applicant? I'd like to know that one before I make a decision, please.
That's something I can't answer, Councillor Bowman. I'll ask the staff, but I can only tell you off Google they prefer wetter conditions, but they can survive in poor sandy soil, and it prefers laterite and alluvial soil.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Can I ask a final question through you, Mr Mayor, to the CEO or to the Manager of Governance? If Council puts a condition on for a certain tree, drops the honky nuts, and there's an accident there, will we be legally held responsible in any way since we're the ones put that condition on?
I think, and I'll stand to be corrected from this question, but if it's on council land, like a footpath, I think we're liable. If it's on private land, then the landowner will be liable.
Sorry, with all due respect, Mr Mayor, I don't believe you're a qualified lawyer to answer that question. And as such, if a condition is placed on a private property owner that the council has done, and from that condition it creates or has been found to create or assist in creating an issue, could we be held legally responsible part way or not? Have we got information from our LGIS about that or anything else?
I don't know if the governance officer is in a position to answer. I believe the information I gave was correct, but I'll wait for the...
Through you, Mr Mayor, but no, we haven't consulted with LGIS on that question. It is normal that if you put a condition on something, and particularly when it's in a public space, the city would be liable. But this is a situation where it's on private landowner's land. I'm not sure that I'm in a position to answer that question.
Do you have a question, Councillor Johnson?
I've got a question, Mr Mayor. We're talking about the safety complement very soon. Perhaps you can answer this one, Mr Mayor. Would it be possible to make the trees safe by just sweeping up the honky nuts?
Well, if you knew when the nuts were going to fall, Councillor Johnson, I suppose you could make it as safe as possible, but I don't know when they're going to fall, so I don't know if we're going to employ a sweeper there 24/7. I think it's one of those questions I can't give you an answer to. Okay, councillors, I've got a mover and a seconder. I've got one person who wishes to vote against it. So, Councillor Catalano, you have 5 minutes to open your vote. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. It's a bit similar to the previous debate. The city must do everything it can to encourage sustainable environments for everyone, this is an example to encourage private developers, even in industrial areas, to think about the environment and the environmental consequences of their developments. Hazelmere, it was once a beautiful, diverse area with swamplands, Banksia, Jarrah and Maori woodlands, and yes, Maori trees definitely do live there, and Maori trees will definitely survive there. That is effectively their home. So it's Hazelmere, the land bridge along the Helena River, between the state forest and what's left of the coastal plains natural environment. What's happened there over the last 30 years? Well, I got called out one time, this must have been about 25, 30 years ago, by a landowner on Adelaide Street, and there was still quite a lot of vegetation there, and he was distraught. because part of his land had been resumed by the Commonwealth Government for the airport. There was thousands and thousands and thousands of balgas that were being taken out. Well, all those balgas are gone, the wetlands are gone. There is pretty much nothing left in Hazelmere. It is an absolute wasteland. All these amendments are doing is just saying to the property owners there, listen, what about start thinking about the environment? You know, the risk of honky nuts, I mean, the risk of honky nuts compared to what? The risk of the loss of biodiversity, of Carnaby cockatoos, you know, of all the other biodiversity that are reliant on a marri tree. You know, these are, marri trees have been here forever. I mean, all of a sudden there's a risk to have a marri tree. Have you been down to Gosnells? They've got 200-300-year-old marri trees as street trees, and people live with those trees, and my God, they are the most beautiful specimens. Well, it's going to be a long time before these five marri trees here get to that stage, but at least we can hope, and it gives us some hope, and it sets the example to other developers. You can also be a business entity, you can also set up your industrial enterprise, but you can also be a good corporate citizen and do your bit for the environment. 5 marri trees. You know, it's not about telling people what to do. In fact, you know, isn't that what council does? Council looks at all of the issues. It looks at the amenity issues as well as, you know, that's private land, we can't tell them what to do. There's amenity issues here. And our amenity, and it's the City of Swan's amenity, it's our amenity that's at stake. And this is not just going to affect Hazelmere. As I said, that's a link between the Darling Scarp and the rest of the Perth Coastal Plains. This is everybody's involved. And 5 calophyllus, 5 marries, is a step in the right direction. It's a tiny baby step in mitigating the damage that's been done to the unique biodiversity. I mean, the destruction, the wholesale obliteration of what was once down there in Hazelmere. It does not exist anymore. So this is just a little tiny step in the right direction of fixing that damage and giving us and the biodiversity a chance in the future.
1 minute left.
Again, it's our sense of place, it's our identity, and it's about protecting all of us from the effect of heat and climate change. So, you know, what are the risks? Weigh up the real risks. Somebody steps on a honky nut and gets a honky nut on their foot, or, you know, I mean, we've lived with these forever. So I'll leave it there and wait to hear from everybody else on their reasons for not going ahead with this.
Thank you. Councillor Knight as a seconder.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I do support this because in the emissions report earlier that we just voted on, a couple of the things that we can't do much about are roads and our diesel use, really. Concrete and roads, I mean, are so intensive, carbon intensive, that we have to try and offset them. That's the only way we're going to do it. So we need to have these large canopy trees really everywhere we can. And so this is a good, it's a good idea to try and get all of these developments offsetting, trying to cool the place down and green the place up. So yeah, I hope that it will be supported. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker against the motion, Councillor Henderson.
Councillor, noting this is just a response to the Jade Act. One of the things that I find interesting is that today I looked up a list of the food sources for Carnaby flake cockatoos. 1, 2, 3,
for 4.5 pages of tree types and the like that they feed on. The Fuchsifolia that's been proposed is on a list. It's one of their food sources. The point I want to make is 5 marri trees is absolutely huge. And Councillor Bowman asked a question earlier about the size of them. Well, I looked that up as well. 40 metres is a mature tree size. 40 metres, a massive canopy. And the largest recorded is 53 metres. That produces one heck of a lot of hockey nuts. And indeed, I mean, the cockies would love to chew on them, but they also like to go after the red flowering gum, which is one of their favourites. Just want to talk about the magnolia. One of the things about that particular type of plant is that it flowers most of the year round. It's actually quite a nice looking plant to look at. And in fact, we try to make these industrial sites look a bit attractive, apart from the fact that they're often called slab city. But this is a mix to, one, get a beautiful red flower from the tree that they propose to use, which is the Flora. How people manage to get that to work out. Anyhow, it is lower canopy at 10 metres. It will have a beautiful red flowering outlook, along with the magnolia to make the place look very attractive. I cannot see how you could impose on a developer such a massive amount of tree imposition as is being proposed, some five trees. The important thing here is that they have got a plan to make the place look good. They've got a plan to actually plant trees that, in fact, the black cockatoos will eat. So, councillors, I think it's important to get some focus on these things. To impose massive undertakings on these people is just a step too far. But to get a good outcome with a better safety outcome as well for people on the ground, without having to tread on honky nuts and fall over them, because they are quite dangerous in that respect, particularly in an industrial site where managers, owners of businesses become legally liable these days, given that they do finger in a spot and fault. So if something worse happens, we can't bring that imposition on business. So I think the officers satisfactory with this file. I'll be moving that it be accepted from the officer's report.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Speaker for the motion. Any other speakers for or against the motion? Then Councillor Catalano, you're right to reply. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, the thing about marris is they are local trees, and if we want to enhance the survival of our local biodiversity, we need local trees.
Are you referring to the Corymbia fixifolia? Thank you.
Okay, but they don't provide food.
Yeah. I accept your point of order. Councillor Henderson has just stated in the debate that they don't provide food for the bird species. Thank you.
Okay, well, okay, thanks for that. The thing is that marris are fast, these Corymbia calophyllus are fast disappearing out of the landscape, and they are very important trees. That's why there are so many of them in the first place. And we're responsible for that. And I'm just trying to ask you to just do a little bit to mitigate the destruction that's being done to our environment. As I say, it's just not any old gum tree. These trees are incredibly important they're one of the primary tree species in our landscape, and we need to protect that. We need to protect it for the biodiverse aspects that they bring, but also to protect our sense of place and sense of identity. I just do not consider that the risks are so great that we should allow these trees to become extinct in our industrial areas. As it's already been noted, these trees are included in our as part of the landscaping on our streets. So there's no reason why we can't encourage private owners to do that as well. And yes, they may be big trees, but that's great. That's what we need. We need big trees. And ultimately, developers in industrial areas will recognise that as time goes down the track, just as we all will. We will all recognise that what we need is big trees, because without them, we're going to end up with a terrifying landscape that is nothing more than a heat sink, and that is not going to be the result. That's not the result that any of us want. So it's just a small price to pay at this stage, and then we'll all be better off. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm now going to put the motion as moved by Councillor Catalano. Those in favour? Of Councillor Prodovnik, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Howlett, Councillor Catalano, Councillor Knight and Councillor Richardson, which is 6. The motion is lost. Can you get those names? Councillor, everyone else was against. Councillor Henderson, you will foreshadow the officer's recommendation.
Mr Mayor, I move the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Bowman. Is there anyone against? Who wish to debate it? Thank you. Anyone wish to debate it? Then I'll put the motion as per the officer's recommendation in the agenda. Those in favour? Of Councillor Jones, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Prodovnik, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Congredon, myself, Councillor Knight, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Richardson and Councillor McCulloch. There's that many have run out of fingers, so that motion is passed. I believe the only two against Councillor Catalano and Councillor Howlett. Is that correct? Thank you. That motion is passed. The officer's recommendation. That takes us to the next item, councillors. Item 4.10. The proposed internally illuminated pylon signage with LED screen, Clayton Road, Bellevue. It's on page 665 of your agenda. Councillor Howlett, thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll just read out the changes in red, if that's okay.
Thank you.
So, the Council resolved to 1. Grant approval to that part of the application for the proposed pylon sign on Lot 7, 88 Clayton Street, Bellevue, but excluding the proposed outdoor full-colour LED display screen, subject to the following conditions. 1. The approved development subject to the exclusion of the outdoor full-colour LED display screen. And then if we go down to 2, refuse to grant approval to that part of the application which proposes the outdoor full-colour LED display screen for the following reasons. The LED screen will have an adverse impact on the amenity of the surrounding residential area, and the LED screen is considered to detract from the character of the church building.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Knight. Is there anyone against? I wish to debate it. Thank you. Councillor Howard, you've got 5 minutes to open the debate. Thank you.
Thank you. Quite simple. The addition of the LED screen will detract from the amenity and the heritage character of Bellevue. Residents in the near vicinity have expressed their concern over the proposed LED sign and the impact on their amenity. The overall request for the LED sign was for messaging regarding church services and times, and this messaging can continue in the traditional methods currently used of emails, newsletters, notice boards, word of mouth, without the need for an LED sign. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Knight as the seconder.
Nothing to add, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker against the motion, Councillor Condon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I find it difficult to understand why you would want to restrict.
Thank you.
Why do you want to restrict a LED screen when the city itself has a number of them that are owned by the city in residential areas and predominantly near our sporting aquatic centres or hubs, and they are in place giving messages from the city and either have signs that flash and or signs that change to tell our community what's going on in our area, and in particular we'd like to have a look at one. There's one in Ballajura. It sits on Illawarra Crescent and it's right outside of our library, and it just tells people what's going on in the city of Swan. The other thing which is strange for me is that the LED screen is considered to detract from the character of the church building. Well, the applicant is a church and the applicant wants a sign, and they're not too worried about the character of the screen detracting from the character of the church building. There are a number of churches all over the place that have signs out the front, illuminated, maybe not flashing, maybe not in colour, but certainly out the front, and displaying lots of gospel messaging. And I think this is just another one of those new ways of capturing people to go to their church or be part of their church community. And if anything, I'll be foreshadowing the officers if this loses the officer's recommendation, but bringing back the illuminating sign time period to a lower number, not 10 o'clock at night. I must confess there's nothing more annoying than driving down the street at 10 o'clock at night and seeing a whole raft of flashing or illuminated signs. So to bring that back to a respectable hour. But I can't support your motion, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Congdon. Speaker for the motion. Speakers against the motion, Councillor Dodnik.
Yeah, I would ask Council to reject this motion in support of the officer's recommendation. I actually don't have a problem with the sign being closed or shut off at 10 o'clock. I'm asking Council to let the church have its sign with an LED screen advertising it. As Councillor Congdon has said, a lot of churches have external lit signage. The external LED screen isn't bright. It's less than 10% of the street light's brightness. It doesn't strobe, it doesn't flash. So it's not surprising that 3/4 of the people that were notified about the proposed lit sign didn't object to it. 12 people were notified. Out of those 12, 3 objected. So 3/4 don't think the brightness of the external neon sign would be a problem. The sign is turned off by 10 p.m, or the officer's recommendation is to have it that way, so its brightness won't be a problem late into the night. And again, I think it's important for them to be able to advertise. The Heritage Council confirmed the signs won't impact the heritage significance of the church. Again, it's not a bright light. It's nowhere near as bright as all the streets already on, as bright as all the street lights already on Clayton Street. If it's off at 10 p.m, the vast majority of nearby residents don't have a problem with it. Again, I'm asking Council to please reject this motion and support the officer's recommendation, and also support this local church.
Thank you. Speaker for the motion, Councillor Catalano. Thank you.
Yes, I wasn't going to speak, but actually this just reminds me, I went down to Bunbury and it was the most annoying thing about Bunbury was that the Catholic Church on the Hill has now installed this huge LED cross that can be seen all over Bunbury, and I just thought it's one thing to have your religion and promote it, and I was born on that hill, but it's another thing to impose it on other people. And I didn't like it. I didn't like the fact that those particular churchgoers felt that they had the right to impose that on me as I went about my business in Bunbury that particular night I was there. And I feel the same way about Bellevue, actually, because it's predominantly, and it is predominantly, apart from all those industrial area, but that we're trying to move away from that. But that part of Bellevue is going to become more and more residential. We've got that big residential area that's just been developed, and the last thing, a residential area or an area that's trying to revive itself as a residential area, and it is a lovely place. There's some very nice, there's a really nice art gallery around the corner, and it's starting to really develop into a nice little area. And I think the last thing that that area needs is a big predominant sign where a particular group of people think it's okay to basically impose themselves on the streetscape. And really I don't think there's a lot of need for it. I mean, those particular churchgoers, those particular people will go to that church. They don't need to have illuminated signs, just like that church in Bunbury doesn't need to let everybody know about what good Christians they are, because I'm sure that they are good Christians and they don't need to advertise that. In the same way, I think that this particular church in Bellevue, I'm sure they don't really need to advertise the fact that they're there. They're particular, the people that go to that particular church or institution will know that they're there, and otherwise I think it's a bit of an imposition on that rather lovely residential area, or what is turning into a rather lovely residential area. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker against the motion, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, councillors, I think we need to accept that churches might be considered to be old and fuddy-duddy institutions, but many of them do actually want to move with the times and using an LED sign to let passers-by and the local community know what is going to be happening on Sunday, perhaps what the title of the minister's sermon might be of great interest to people driving past, and that might increase, who knows, might increase attendance at the church. And that would certainly, a large thriving church would certainly be a contribution to a positive contribution to a thriving residential area. And I guess the second point, councillors, I don't think that the church would be putting up a sign that would have an adverse impact on the residential area and its attendance. So it wouldn't put something up that was going to have the opposite effect. So I think it stands to reason that we should approve this. I do agree with what Councillor Congleton says, that perhaps 10 PM is perhaps a bit late. I think that you're most likely to see people driving along Clayton Road. Most people will be driving along it during the rush hour, so probably a limitation to turn the sign off a bit earlier in the evening would be a good idea. And I guess finally, councillors, I think voting against something like this, voting against something that the church wants, is a dangerous thing to do, councillors. It might bring divine retribution. So I suggest you vote this motion down and support the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker, for the motion. Any other speakers for or against? Being no other speakers, Councillor Howlett, you have right of reply. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief. I understand what Councillor Congleton is talking about when it comes to LED lights or screens being used throughout the city to promote what's happening in the city. But essentially we have to put trust in this church that they will put the correct messaging, or they'll put suitable messaging on this LED screen. We have no control over the messaging that's actually put up there, so there's lots of diversity in our communities. There's lots of diversity, and I think it's important that no one particular community has the right to visually display what could be offensive to another part of the community.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
What's your point of order, Councillor?
The application is for a sign. It's not talking about what information goes on the sign.
Thank you. I uphold your point of order. You can stick to the points of debate that were used against your motion. Thank you, Councillor Howlett.
Thank you. I was sort of alluding to the messaging that is used on the city's boards to allude to what's happening. So essentially yes, for messaging. This board will be used for messaging, and that is my point. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now put the motion. Those in favour of Councillor Howlett, Councillor Catalano, Councillor Knight. Being only 3 in favour, that motion is lost. Everyone else was against. Councillor Congdon, you foreshadowed the officer's recommendation with perhaps an amendment.
With an amendment, and I stand your indulgence, Mr. Mayor. In number 2, after illumination after pulsate full stop, there is no need to have the satisfaction of the city. And number 4, the pylon sign is not to be illuminated after 8 p.m.
Thank you. I'll just make sure that's on the board. Sorry, we can just delete after the word pulsate is a full stop, and the rest of the sentence is deleted. That complies with your intentions, Councillor Congdon. Thank you. I'll ask if there's a seconder. Councillor Jones.
Amendment.
What's your amendment? Thank you, Councillor Johnson.
At section 9, I'd like to change that to 9 p.m.
Well, I'll ask if that's suitable to the mover and seconder. And so is Councillor Jones. So that's accepted by the mover and the seconder. To item 4, then read the proposed pylon site will not be illuminated after 9 p.m. It's agreed to. That becomes part of the substantial motion. I ask, is there anyone against? You wish to debate it, Councillor Catalano? Anyone wishes to debate it? Then I'll just put the motion to the council. Those in favour? I have Councillor Jones, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Podovnik, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Congdon, myself, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Richardson and Councillor McCulloch, which is 10. I declare that motion passed. Those against were Councillor Howlett, Councillor Catalano and Councillor Councillor Knight. Have I got everyone? Thank you. That takes us to the next item on the agenda, councillors. It is item 5.2, tree removal request, Great Northern Highway, Middle Swan. It's on page 692 of your agenda. And I believe Councillor Zanino, you've got the first motion on that item.
Question first, have you approved that in accordance with 6.1D because it was not given 2 days beforehand?
Yes, I'm happy to accept the motion. It came in late today. Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Please proceed, Councillor Zanino.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, I stand to move that the council resolve to 1. Approve the removal of 11 red river gum trees on Great Northern Highway, Middle Swan, subject to 1. The final approvals from Main Roads WA and the required clearing permits being obtained by the city staff. Number 2 gets deleted, Mr. Mayor, because I think that I spoke to the proponent and they will be planting over 100 trees on their property in an appropriate location. So I don't think that the city or anyone else should have to plant other trees because there's going to be quite adequately catered for. So number 2 gets removed, and then 3, removal of the trees being funded by the city. 2, record the reason for changing the officer's recommendation is that the trees are detrimental to ensuring the productivity of the vineyard, which is a key component of the Swan Valley Planning Act 2020, to protect the Swan Valley as a productive agricultural area within the Perth metropolitan region. In this instance, the cost of the tree removal should be covered by the City of Swan, as they are located on the city-managed road reserve, and this vineyard is unique given its heritage value in the Swan Valley. This property is the original site of Horton Wines, which was established in 1836 and is one of the state's oldest wineries and is an important entry statement given its location at the entrance of the Swan Valley on its eastern side.
Thank you. Before I call for a seconder, I just want to clarify a question with Mr. Giacovino. I believe information has come to hand today that your point 1 of your motion, Councillor Zanino, final approval from Main Roads WA and any required clearing permit to be obtained by the city. It's my understanding that Main Roads have confirmed with city staff today that this is a city determination and they have no jurisdiction on the removal. So with that, if you want confirmation from Mr. Giacovino, it is in line to remove your point 1.
This one,
So you're happy to delete point 1, so and then point 2 is removed under point 3. So point 3 would become point 1. Sorry, question, Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, can we read out that communication from Main Roads?
Yes, thank you. You're welcome to refer to Mr. Giacovino.
Yes, so the communication from Main Roads was from reviewing Operation Procedure 112. Main Roads WA agrees that the City of Swan is the responsible body for the nature strips and verges, which includes the trees, and the City is the responsible authority who can make the decision to remove the trees and will also be responsible for the costs.
You've got a further question, Councillor
Yeah,
Johnson?
just got a further question, but isn't the city only entitled to remove trees to maintain the road? So I read in section 3 of that document. Maintenance of any road infrastructure, including the execution of all works, any description which are required to keep the road or infrastructure in the state of utility. No mention of maintaining vineyards.
No, but I'm pretty sure that's why the staff sought clarification for Main Roads, and they say it's for the city to determine the outcome, Main Roads way.
The next question then is, did that come from someone at Main Roads who has more authority in the operational procedure, so we need to come from, presumably, their CEO?
Mr. Giacovino?
It came from a manager for Main Roads.
I'm just going on the email to say that it's the city's responsibility to make the determination. You can vote for or against the motion. So I've got a mover. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Henderson is the seconder. Is there anyone against? You wish to debate it? Thank you. Then Councillor Zanino, you have 5 minutes to open your debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, councillors. I'll start off with reading out the top 3 objectives of the Swan Valley Planning Act 2020, which are 1. To protect the Swan Valley as a productive agricultural area within the Perth metropolitan region. B. To maintain the rural character and conserve the heritage of the Swan Valley. And C. To ensure that the horticultural, viticultural, hobby farming and equestrian activities remain the principal land uses in the Swan Valley. I'll reiterate that these particular trees are detrimental to ensuring the productivity of the vineyard, which is the key component of the Swan Valley Planning Act 2020, to protect the Swan Valley as a productive agricultural area within the Perth metropolitan region. In this instance, the cost of the tree removal should be covered by the City of Swan, as they are located on a city-managed road reserve, and this vineyard is unique given its heritage value in the Swan Valley. This property is the original site, as I've already stated, of Horton Wines, which was established in 1836 as one of the state's oldest wineries and is an important entry statement given its location. This property is located in a priority agricultural zone, giving additional support to the recommendation which the top two objectives are: one, to protect the priority agricultural land in the Swan Valley, including existing vineyards and other areas of horticulture, and from incompatible land uses and development. 2, to provide for long-term agricultural production in the Swan Valley by preventing further subdivision of land and protecting the good quality soils from non-agricultural uses and development. The removal of the trees is supported by the WA Grape Growers Association, the Swan Valley Winemakers Association, and the Swan Valley Tourism Alliance, and will greatly assist in the protection of the soils of this property for undertaking viable viticultural activity, which can be personally attested to as a lifelong career grape grower, which I have been involved in for most of my life. This is a decision that is required to support the viticulture heritage and long-term viability of the Swan Valley. A common sense approach must be taken to support the Swan Valley, its growers, its business operators, given the valley provides significant economic spin-off to the city of Swan as a premier visitor destination, employing many local young people in the hospitality industry. This does not set a precedence, as this is a once-off decision affecting a property of significant heritage value to the community. I repeat, this is a significant property which has significant heritage value to not just the city of Swan, but to the whole community, WA. Historically, this council has supported the Swan Valley, its grape growers, its winemakers, and tourism industry. This decision is for the greater good of the region and for what makes it unique, which is also backed by the state legislation through the Swan Valley Planning Act 2020. Councillors, I implore that you support this as a matter of principle. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson is the seconder.
Councillors, there are times when you have got to look at the bigger picture. This is certainly one of those times. Now, Councillor Zanino's been in the Valley all his life and pretty much understands what the nuts and bolts are, and then you are all aware that he sits on the WAPC board that makes determinations on matters pertaining to the Act that controls the area. Now, I've only lived in the Swan Valley itself for 32 years or something, and nearby for about 10 or 12 years before that. So, you know, I think I've got a reasonable understanding of what it's all about. Having been on the Swan Valley Planning Committee for quite a number of years from when it was originally created. The point is, what is the big picture? We spend millions marketing the Swan Valley. We have a marketing machine that's very actively promoting it. And the point I want to make is that the whole basis of it all is around agriculture. The agriculture is what makes the whole Swan Valley work, and that's why the Act is there, is to protect agriculture. Now, the fact of the matter is that these particular trees, the cockies don't like them, by the way. They're very low on the list. But they do produce a flower that lovely rainbow lorikeets like, and of course rainbow lorikeets cause significant grape strike throughout the Swan Valley. In fact, someone once told me that one year as much as 30% of their crop was lost from the fact that we have trees that harbour just the birds that are predators for the grapes. So you've got to look at
what the impact is. Every square inch of land that Horton has, every square inch that they can put a vine in to produce product, is critical. They're talking about 2 acres. That's a lot of grapes. Zanino might know how many tons you get per acre, and I'm not a grape grower. But the fact of the matter is that the purpose of the Act is to protect that. These trees, in my view, have been clearly planted. Someone said, oh, what happened as a result of some works. That's really quite unbelievable to me, because they're just so lined up as if someone planted them. And they didn't think about the implications, because back in the day, City of Swan used to give out lots and lots of trees, and weren't very good trees. And I think perhaps this is where they came from. Today we're a lot more focused, thank goodness. But councillors, it is fundamental here that we look at the big picture as I started off. If we don't do that, we're just going to see more and more pain for the grape growers. We're going to see more and more pain for the industry to be able to sustain itself, and fundamentally that means that the tourism destination will fall away. If we don't get it right for the viticulturists, then basically we've got ourselves into serious trouble. Now, some of us might not like to vote to chop down those trees because it's a hot topic and the community wants to see trees out there. Well, I love trees too, but a whole lot more are going to get planted. In fact, I said last time I did this sort of stuff, that I planted a lot of trees myself on my own property, which was a bare block virtually when I got it. So the thing is that those kind of trees simply do not suit where they are. They're in an agricultural area that's of high priority and high importance, not only for us but also the state. And I think it's very important that we distinguish...
1 minute left, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Very, very important that we distinguish the delineation between what we would like to do environmentally and what the community thinks about that, and what we need to do to sustain the Swan Valley. Very important factor, councillors, very important indeed, because if we get that wrong, it just will be a matter of time before there is no Swan Valley. So please support Councillor Zanino's motion.
Thank you. Speaker against the motion. Question first, Councillor Bowman.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, through you, can staff advise, is this a planning item that we're considering?
So through the email to councillors, we advise that then it's not a planning item, it is on an operational matter.
So, Mr Mayor, my next question is the Swan Valley Planning Act even a consideration since it's not a planning issue?
Council should take into consideration the objectives of the Swan Valley Planning Act in decision making.
Okay, adds to my next question. Mr Mayor, Councillor Zanino read out 3 of the objectives. So am I correct that the next objective down is to protect the environment on the Swan Valley Planning Act?
I've got that in front of me, so I can't answer the question. Councillor Zanino might be able to.
Well, I was actually asking staff, Mr Mayor, because they've said about the objectives, so I'd like to hear it from them.
Yes, so one of the objectives is to protect the natural environment, yes.
Okay. And Mr Mayor, the Swan Valley Leadership Group, are they, is part of their role to provide protection, promotion, marketing and enhancement and provide advice on the environment?
I can't answer that question, Councillor Bowman, right now.
Mr Mayor, my understanding is we haven't got a budget for this item because it's non-budgeted. Would I be right then that this motion would need an absolute majority?
Through the Chair, we specifically don't have budgets for individual tree treatments, but there is certainly a budget for street tree maintenance, and if approved, this cost will be charged against that budget item.
So was that a no to absolute majority requirement?
I believe it was, yes. Okay. Your question, or wish to end the debate, Councillor Brodovnik? Thank you. You have 5 minutes. Just before we start, I note it's 8 o'clock and I hate stopping the debate part way through, so I'll be guided by council. Do you want to have your 10-minute break now or after this item has been completed? So those who wish to continue, just give me an indication. That's majority. Please continue. Thank you, Councillor Podolny.
Okay, just following on from what Councillor Bowman has touched on, Councillor Zanino has quoted sections of the Swan Valley Planning Act that specifically relate to permitted land use, not tree removal. So those referenced in the Act, in my view, are irrelevant. This item tonight is not about permitted land use. The owner of the winery already has permission to grow grapes. It's a permitted land use. What we're talking about here is keeping 11 healthy trees. It's got nothing to do with the Swan Valley Planning Act and its regulations about permitted land use. In fact, the Swan Valley Planning Act is silent about cutting down any healthy mature trees. So let's be clear about that tonight. Main roads do not support the removal of these mature healthy trees. But we got an email today from Main Roads confirming the trees fall under the responsibility now of the City of Swan. Tonight, our council decision. Following that email, I picked up the phone to Main Roads, who confirmed they absolutely do not support the removal of healthy trees. They take their responsibility to preserve mature trees seriously, and if the decision was theirs to make tonight, I was told they would not approve the removal of these trees. I would suggest that we as a council have the same responsibility. We also should not support the removal of mature healthy trees on road reserves. Please reject this motion.
Thank you. Speaker for the motion. Speaker against the motion. Councillor Congerton.
Mr Mayor, there's only one section in Councillor Zanino's motion that I'm really opposing, and that is in respect to the cost. I can't see why the city should be responsible for incurring a cost to remove trees to the benefit of a commercial operator that is going to receive in long term far more funds in relation to its product than the 19 or 20,000 mentioned in the reports. I understand the objectives that are here for the Swan Valley, and I think they should be observed. But had the commentary suggesting that the city pay for this be removed from Councillor Zanino's motion, I would have supported it.
Thank you. Speaker for the motion. Speaker against the motion. Councillor Johnson first.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. Just in summary, councillors, my argument is that these are main roads trees. The city has no authority to remove them. Councillors, at the agenda form asked if the city has the legal power to remove these trees, given that the trees are clearly owned by Main Roads. They're on a main road. The city response I received after the meeting was that the power was contained within a document entitled Operational Procedure 112, Operational Boundaries and Asset Responsibilities for Metropolitan Region. So it's the agreement between the two organisations, the City of Swan and Main Roads. And within the document it says the purpose of this document is to provide principles and practical guidance for determining how the responsibility for maintaining the different parts or elements of highways and main roads is to be allocated between main roads and local governments. Section 2.3.3c1, you don't want all those details, councillors. It says local government performs the functions of a responsible road authority within the parts of an ordinary highway. Then it goes on to list different parts of the ordinary highway. And at the bottom it says, including nature strips on verges, including vegetation. So the city has the power to control vegetation. Vegetation control is defined further down in 2.13. Local government performs the functions of a responsible road authority and will undertake the maintenance of vegetation and control of regular seasonal growth, that is weeds and grasses. So we've got two things, two aspects to this, two legs to it. Maintenance of vegetation and control of regular seasonal growth. So that's mowing the grass. But what is maintenance of vegetation? That's the first thing. So maintenance is also conveniently defined in the same document. Maintenance, it says, maintenance is of any road and infrastructure, including the execution of all works of any description which are required to keep the road or infrastructure in the state of utility determined by the Act. So, councillor, that's not about maintaining a vineyard. The city clearly has the power to remove the trees if they were damaging a road, but not if they're impacting a vineyard. We don't have any such power. So, councillors, this agreement gives the city power to control seasonal vegetation by mowing the grass and to perform maintenance on trees to keep the main road, WA Road, in good condition. No other power at all. We don't have the power just to chop trees down. Does it allow the city to remove trees to suit the whim of a local landowner? It certainly does not. And what we heard tonight from Councillor Provodnik is that main roads do not support this. And as for the email from the city, from the main roads, it's just an email from main roads. It's not an email saying, I am the CEO of the main roads, or I am a person with delegated authority from the CEO and I have the power to authorise you to remove this tree. No such document has been received. Councillors, it would be unlawful for the city to cut these trees down for reasons other than to maintain the road. We should not be passing a motion that required the staff to break the law. In my view, the entire motion should have been struck out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Speaker for the motion. Speaker against the motion. Councillor Richardson.
Well, thank you, Mr Mayor, councillors. Look, I acknowledge the position of the winemakers and their plan to plant more acreage, and I certainly take on board the letters of support that have been written. I guess we've come to the conclusion that do we support the wine grower or the City of Swan's urban forest plan, and after listening to both sides of the argument, if we look at option 1 and we summarise the last sentence, which is this option would have a detrimental impact on the city's tree canopy. If we look at option 2, again, the last sentence is this would retain the established green canopy at this location as per the city's urban forest plan and remain in line with the city's tree guidelines. We'll look at Councillor Henderson's point regarding the volume of grapes that were, if planted, would look at the produce and increase in wine made. That's not a consideration when we're here as a council to support the city's tree canopy. But also, he also stated we're not going to see more. We're going to see more and more pain. We personally are not going to see any pain. It's 11 trees. I did ask last week. Did ask the owner of the winery whether he would consider planting up to and/or particular meterage away from, and still possibly get as many vineyard rows in as possible. However, by leaving and remaining those 11 trees that have been there and have been established for many years, because no one's grown vineyards up to them. So at this stage, I'm not willing to support the motion, and I certainly don't support the City of Swan using ratepayers' money to remove those trees. If anything, it would be up to the proponent to put that cost. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker for the motion. Speakers against the motion. Any other speakers for or against? Then before I hand back to you, Councillor Zanino, I'll end the debate. I'll hand the chair to Councillor Congerton. And as briefly as I can, my initial thoughts on this is the trees are fine, they're in good health. Why remove them? I deliberately drove past the site and it just confirmed my view. But having listened to the deputation by the applicant, Mr Jukic, last week, and his compelling information, his underlying knowledge, and in particular the detriment of the tree roots are having on the nearby vines, and the carbon capture of the 2 acres of vineyard that he said he would lose far outweighed the carbon capture of those 11 trees. The viability of the vines will be further diminished when the state-imposed water restriction will be implemented in the near future. So he changed my mind. But why I can't support Councillor Zanino's motion is the impost of $20,000 on the ratepayers of the City of Swan, when you have a multi-million-dollar business that if they want those trees removed, they should pay for them, not the ratepayers of the City of Swan. They'll be the end beneficiary of the removal of the trees. I'm not going to even go in whether we've got the right to remove them. My understanding is the WA Main Roads has said it's our decision to make, and we should make that decision tonight. So I found the underpinning knowledge of Mr Jukic very compelling, enough to change my initial view. I also support the retention of trees. He said those trees are river gums. They're not near the river. I saw a deputation, a written deputation from Miss Diana Vina. I was quite surprised when she supported the removal of those trees, stating that the roots would grow longer than the trees grew taller, and they'd be sucking the life out of the water that was supposed to be there for the vineyard. But if Mr Ukic is not prepared on Councillor Zanino's conversation with him, not prepared to pay for the removal of the trees, I don't see why the ratepayers of the City of Swan would be. If that item was removed, and I discussed it with Councillor Zanino before the meeting, I said I can support your motion if the City of Swan ratepayers don't have to pay for it. That wasn't done, so I can't support the motion. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Zanino, you have your right of reply. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, councillors. To start with, I'd just like to pose a question, and that is, do the thousands of visitors that come to the Swan Valley on a yearly basis come to see and enjoy the trees and the native vegetation? Or do they come to see and enjoy the viticulture and the ambience along with the fruits of the valley? So hypothetically, if we were to remove all the vines and plant gum trees and natural vegetation, it's great for the city, it's great for the environment. Is it going to be great for the City of Swan to go out and boast that they have, the jewel in the crown in the Swan Valley, where they get hundreds of thousands of visitors visiting? I'll leave that up to you to answer yourself. There's been a whole host of different things that have been brought up by different speakers. With regards to tourism destination, I think that relates to what I've just said. To preserve the natural environment, if the Swan Valley Planning Act was put in place just to preserve the natural environment, then I can tell you something, it wouldn't be what it is today, and it wouldn't attract the visitors that it does. The land use, obviously the land use. Anyone that's got half a brain understands that...
What's your point of order, Councillor Richardson? Well, I don't know, he didn't specifically mention councillors.
No, I didn't. It's just a...
So if I could just
it's just
ask
a
you to stay on track. Thank you, Councillor Zanino.
It's a figure of speech,
Thank
Mr
you.
Mayor,
If you just stay on track.
that anyone would understand that if you are working the land horticulturally, agriculturally, when you're producing the land, then you need the land. It has to be cleared of vegetation and trees, because you are spending tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars to put in a crop, and the last thing you want is to get the damage, whether it be from birds, whatever. So you need to forget about the trees and natural vegetation. I mean, if you put that as a concern, all these farmers that are producing all the wheats and the grains that sustain the population, do they have huge trees growing in their paddocks? They do in appropriate locations.
Point of order,
But
Mayor.
where the actual...
What's your point of... Sorry, Councillor Zanino.
It's not relevant to the Swan Valley. We're talking now about farming in the wheat belt.
It is, because you're farming. You're
Thank
farming
you.
in the Swan Valley. You're farming
Can I,
grapes.
can I make my ruling? Thank
Yes,
you, Councillor Zanino.
Mr Mayor.
Thank you. I think in the course other councillors have raised the issue of trees and agriculture. Councillor Zanino, I suppose, is stretching the bow a bit too far. So I rule that there is no point of order, but I'll ask you to stay on track. Thank you, Councillor Zanino. And you have a minute and 40 seconds.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Obviously from the comments from all the different councillors is obviously all negative, and you've all made up your mind. It looks like no one on this council actually supports the Swan Valley Planning Act or any of its objectives. They only there as a...
Point of order, Mr Mayor, please.
Mr Mayor,
sorry,
I'll leave it at that.
Your point of order, Councillor Councillor.
There hasn't been any reference that we don't care about the Swan Valley
Councillor
Planning.
Zanino has resumed his seat. Do you want to leave it there? Thank you, councillors. I'll now put the motion as moved by Councillor Zanino. Those in favour? I have Councillor McCulloch, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Jones, which is 4. The rest are against. The motion is lost. Councillor Knight, you have an alternative motion. The officer's recommendation, I believe.
Not quite, Mayor. The motion is that Council resolve to implement option 2, which is the retention of trees of the officer's report, and 2, record the reason to adopt part of the officer's recommendation is that this would retain the established green canopy at this location as per the city's urban forest plan and remain in line with the city's tree guidelines.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Podovnik. Is there anyone against? Do you wish to debate it? Councillor Henderson? Thank you. So you've seen the motion is moved by Councillor Knight. It's on the screen, councillors. There are some against but don't wish to debate it. I'm now going to put that motion. Those in favour? Councillor Podovnik, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Howlett, Councillor Catalano, Councillor Knight and Councillor Richardson. That is 6. That motion is lost. You get all those names, thank you, Kathy. The rest were against. Councillor Henderson.
To progress this, Mr Mayor, am I able to move a motion that the trees be removed, subject to the landowner, I think it's Nicola Estate, paying for the removal?
I'll just check on that. I've got a councillor saying that you can't move it, which is similar to the officer's recommendation, because we've had a motion to remove the trees and that was lost. Or sorry, to save the trees and that was lost. So I just can't see the government. So is it in order that we accept the officer's recommendation? Thank you, Valerie. Thank you. So you've got a question,
Point of order, Mr
Councillor
Mayor.
Bowman?
Councillor Henderson's already moved the motion. I believe he can't. It'll have to be someone else.
I don't think he's moved the motion, and this is certainly seconded the motion. Okay, so no, Councillor Henderson as the second of the last motion. I don't believe he can move a motion. Councillor McCulloch, what would you like? Thank you. Councillor McCulloch is removing the officer's recommendation. Councillor Jones has seconded it. Is there anyone against? Do you wish to debate it? No one wishes to debate it. Then I will put the motion as per the officer's recommendation in the agenda. Those in favour? I have Councillor McCulloch, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Zanino, myself, Councillor Congadin and Councillor Jones. That is 6. That motion is lost. So unless someone can come up with another motion, councillors, that matter has not been determined by council. Proposed ordinary council meetings in 2023. It's on page 748 of the agenda. I have a proposed or motion by Councillor Bowman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It's to adopt the officer's recommendation with the following additions: a special council meeting on Monday the 23rd and a special council meeting on Wednesday the 25th. The reason changing off the recommendation by adding the 2 dates for the 2 special council meetings being for the swearing in of newly elected councillors and election of mayor if required and deputy mayor. And the second meeting is appointment to committees and advisory groups to adopt the schedule. Will save time and money as these dates will not be advertised separately. And 3, provides advance notice to any candidate newly elected councillor of these dates.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Jones. Okay, I've got a seconder in Councillor Jones. What's your amendment? Thank you, Councillor Congdon.
Is that council resolved to remove number 2, so 1.112, and also then remove 2.2.
Thank you. I'll see if that's suitable. Not suitable. Okay, I've got an amendment to the motion. Do I have a seconder to that amendment? Councillor Johnson. Thank you. We'll now discuss the amendment. So, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Traditionally, the council have taken the one meeting, the special council meeting on whatever the Monday is following the elections, which that would then be the election of the mayor, the deputy mayor, and then any other committees. The need to have a special council meeting on the Wednesday to discuss committees, I don't think is required, as if the city take the appropriate steps of making sure that those candidates that make the election cycle, I'm not talking about those candidates that actually get elected, the election cycle, the city can in their workshops discuss all of the requirements sitting around the council committees. There is no need to get council to come back again on another council meeting to go through all of that structure. When I became a councillor, Mr Mayor, it was quite clear to me that I was provided with information on the committees prior to, and also on the Sunday when I received the agenda. It was quite clear that all those items sat in the agenda, so I could actually read about all of the committees that were up for grabs with all of the content required, so I can't see that to be any different in this particular time, and council does not need to have a look at another meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jones is the seconder.
Councillor Johnson.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Johnson, you're the seconder for the proposed motion of Councillor Bowman. Thank you, Councillor Johnson.
I agree with everything that Councillor Congdon says.
Speaker against the amendment, Councillor Bowman.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, I understand that prior to 2021, the City of Swan did do it all at one special council meeting, and then in 2021, the administration changed it to what I'm proposing, and not council. And it sounded like a few councillors didn't like the change. Putting aside the issues that happened last year, the benefits for the two are that for any new councillor, getting their head around everything is difficult enough. But not knowing much about the committees, the appointment to working groups, etc., makes it even tougher. To receive an agenda at after midnight on a Saturday, to have expected to fully understand it and read it, let alone not even give the 72 hours notice, which I do understand before someone suggests otherwise at a special council meeting, you can reduce that, but good practice is you still give 72 hours notice, is not that good, Mr Mayor. The Mad Monday that any large local government goes through that doesn't have a popularly elected mayor is not a good atmosphere the majority of the time and creates significant divide straight away. Allowing just for the swearing in and the election of the mayor, if required, and deputy mayor to get it over and done with is a much better way. Then the newly elected council can get on with the job they were elected to do. This allows then for a new any new councillors to get any help, briefings, etc., before the Wednesday meeting. Ask staff questions. It also allows them for the photo of the mayor to be taken, otherwise it's a bit hard when it's before the fact. It does not take away from starting any inductions on this Wednesday either for newly elected councillors, and I suggest there would be an induction for just those councillors. It allows for the newly elected mayor to get his or her head around having to chair the meeting, as it's always a clumsy process that any local government has a popularly elected mayor and he or she gets elected and then has to start chairing the meeting straight away, which often doesn't reflect well on the person. The date of the second special meeting, I'm flexible with. It's more about having them separate. if someone wanted to move an alternate motion, it doesn't have to be held on that Wednesday. It can be done later in the week or the following week. As I understand, some councillors don't want 2 meetings in the same week. The intent is for the first special meeting to be purely limited to swearing in the councillors, the mayor and deputy mayor election, and as I said before, if we needed mayor, and the chamber seating plan. When the second special meeting could be held would just depend on EMRC and WELGA, as they need to know who the City of Swan appointments are and by when. From what I observed at the City of Swan, the appointments committees and also to EMRC, etc., wasn't quite that pleasant for new councillors, in my opinion or experience. And I understand, being advised by some, that last year's was the best yet for some time according to those individuals. Perhaps this could be attributed to the fact that it was split from the election of the mayor and deputy mayor, and hence the reason why I'm against this motion of amendment.
Thank you. Speaker for the amendment. Speaker against the amendment. Any other speakers for or against the amendment? Being no other speakers, your right of reply. Thank you, Councillor Congdon, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll just reiterate where I was before, is that the special council meeting on the Monday following the elections should be sufficient enough, and if there's concern about people not understanding committees, I would suggest that those who are looking at running for election would have viewed our agenda nights, our pre-agenda meetings, and all of the other substance that goes with becoming a councillor. And not to mention the ability of staff to set up a meeting on the Monday morning to go through things prior to the Monday night, rather than having councillors come back in on 2 days later to go through, which I think is not a very exhaustive exercise, I might add. It's been done very well over the years, and I don't wish to bring the war into to discussion, Mr Mayor, but it was pretty unusual last year, that particular case we're at, and one would hope it would never happen again.
Thank you. I'm now going to put the amendment, but just before I do, councillors, I want to clarify what the amendment is. The amendment moved by Councillor Congdon is to delete point 2 of the first point in Councillor Bowman's motion, and to delete point 2 of number 2. So if everyone's clear on that, I'm now going to put the amendment. Those in favour? I have Councillor Prodovnik, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Howlett, Councillor Catalano, Councillor Congdon, myself, Councillor Knight, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Richardson and Councillor McCulloch. That is 11. So the amendment is passed, which becomes part of the substantial motion. So I'll just get staff to go back to the substantive motion and to delete item 2 out of part 1 and delete part 2, which starts off at point 1. I think that's already been done. Thank you. So that now becomes part of the substantive motion. Is there anyone against that?
It's a question.
Question, Councillor Johnson.
What's the effect of this? Is the effect of that at the special council meeting on Monday the 23rd of October? We are going to elect the mayor, deputy mayor and make appointments to committees.
There'll be election of a mayor if required. If we don't have a properly elected mayor, that'll already be decided. You'll need to elect a deputy mayor if a properly elected mayor is the result of the outcome, and appointment to the committees, and the status quo remains it has for the last election cycles. So, is there anyone against? Being no one against, I declare that carried unanimously, which takes us to item 7.4, local government reform, election transition arrangements, and a proposed motion of Councillor Bowman. Thank you, Councillor Bowman.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Move the council resolve to 1. Change the method of electing the mayor to a vote by the electors of the district under section 2.11 subsection 2 of the Local Government Act 1995. 2. Pursuant to schedule 2.2 of the Local Government Act 1995, undertake a review of its current ward representation. 3. Advise the Department of Local Government, Sports and Cultural Industries that the City will reduce the number of councillors from 15 to 14. 4. Request the CEO provide councillors for the table of a number of elections in each suburb within each ward in the City of Swan. 5. Request the CEO prepare a ward and representation review discussion paper and submit this to the November ordinary council meeting for council to endorse. 6. Include an option in the ward and representation review discussion paper for 7 wards, each with 2 councillors. 7. Authorise the CEO to allocate $15,000 from the City's municipal funds opening position for an additional purpose, ward and representation review. 8. Apologise to the community that the consultation period will include the period in the lead up to Christmas and advise them this is due to the timeframes and requirements forced onto local governments by the Minister for Housing, Lands, Homelessness and Local Government. And 9. Record the reasons for changing the officer's recommendations are there is no need to hold a special council meeting, as council can resolve now to both advise the Department of Local Government, Sports and Cultural Industry what the City will do and initiate the ward and representation review. And 2. The discussion paper can then be endorsed at the November ordinary council meeting. This will eliminate the cost and staff time of a special council meeting and will allow a little more time for the discussion paper to develop with council input.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Catalano, thank you. Is there anyone against? There is. Do you wish to debate it? Okay, I'll just write the seconder down. Just give me a moment. Thank you, Councillor Bowman. You have 5 minutes to start your debate. Councillor Zanino.
Sorry, Mr Mayor. Before we start the debate, I'd like to move an amendment.
Okay, what would your amendment be?
Okay. Mr Mayor, my amendment is in number 1. Change the method of electing the mayor, and there I would put in 2025 to a vote by electors of the district under the section of local government, right? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7 remain the same. Number 8 gets changed. Instead of apologising to the community, number 8 would read, advise the Minister for Housing, Lands, Homelessness and Local Government that the City of Swan will commence community consultation in February 2023. And then a slight addition to the reason for changing, which is number 1. And I would add where it says cultural industry, what the City will do and initiate the ward and representation review, and my addition is to coincide with the 2025 City of Swan ordinary election.
Thank you. I've been advised by the CEO it's a valid amendment.
Invalid?
No, a valid. It's valid. My initial thought it was contrary, and
Mr Mayor, I'd actually rule against that.
Well, sorry.
Question against that, because it changes the intent from a voluntary to the non-voluntary.
I understand that, and that's my question I asked the CEO. My initial thoughts it was contrary to your motion, but I'm advised that it's a valid motion. So, first of all, Councillor Zanino, can you pass your amendment to the minute clerk? It was quite lengthy. I want to make sure we have it correctly recorded on the whiteboard, and then while that's happening I can take other questions. I want to make sure we get it right. It's an important issue, and I don't want to rush it and leave something down to your meeting.
I've got a question.
Thank you. I'll take questions. I haven't got a seconder yet.
I just asked, just for clarity, so we are able to push forward the date of the local government election for mayor to 2025? That's something we can do?
Well, that's
and
not
it still comes
forward,
under.
That's pushing it backwards.
We're saying 2025. Sorry, backwards, yeah, to 2025 instead of next year.
And my understanding that's not.
We can do, and that's still voluntary.
I'll get Mr. CEO to comment. Thank you.
Thank you. My interpretation of the motion is that number 1 proposes that the method of election of mayor changes in 2023, and the intent of Councillor Zanino's motion is to suggest that the Minister be advised that that should be put back to 2025. So from that point of view, the action is consistent, except that it is 2 years later. Now, it is inconsistent with what the Minister is asking us, but nevertheless it is our response, and it is open to the Council to consider that motion.
Councillor Bowman, do you have a further question, Councillor?
So just to be clear, we're not going against any laws or rules or regulations by doing that. Is that correct? I just want to be clear, because I like the idea. I just want to know if we can do it.
Through the chair, there is no law regarding what the Minister is proposing at this stage, because the Act hasn't been passed by Parliament. So it is up to the Council to resolve this way, even though it is inconsistent with his written advice and desire.
So, not that you can pick his brains, I suppose, but what's the likely outcome of presenting something like this, which is far removed from what he's trying to steer councils towards? Have we got any indication?
You're correct, Councillor. I cannot pick his brains, and no, I do not know. He might well follow through with his threat, as indicated in the letter, that he may well resolve the Council next year to allow a new Council to be elected without wards, with the opportunity for the new Council to create wards and then create wards to allow the future Council to operate.
Are we able to have a discussion? Could this be the beginning of a discussion point, as opposed to raising a motion and then abolishing, If Council decides to support this, can this motion be the beginning of a discussion with the local government minister, as opposed to black and white?
Do you understand the question,
Yes,
Mr. Chair?
yes, I do. Through the chair, one of the issues that we have, if we wish to comply with the Minister's correspondence, is that there is a very limited time in order to provide a response. What we do know is that the Minister is looking for a response in the very near future, the date of which is 28th of October, so it's the 28th of this month. So a very short period of time to consider this, and he's looking for a broad indication of what the Council's attitude to this matter is. My view is what is proposed is consistent with that broad indication. It might not be what he wants to receive, but it is the Council's broad indication.
Councillor Bowman, you have a question?
Do, Mr Mayor. Through you, Mr Mayor, am I correct that the Mayor said there was two options? One was the voluntary and what we had to do by the 28th. The other one was the electoral reform process.
That's my understanding, Mr. CEO.
That is the case, but of course he doesn't have any legislation to support that view.
Mr Mayor, my motion that I moved was that actually compliant with the request for one of the options of a voluntary process.
Yes, it was. Yes.
And now, Mr Mayor, with the proposed amendment, is that now against the voluntary process because it's different, and as such changes the intent of the motion?
Well, as I said earlier, the change of the motion by the member by Councillor Zanino is a change in the date, which the Council can decide to advise the Minister of their intention. So if it's contrary, and we can debate it once I call for a second and I get a second. Councillor Zanino, can I ask you to look at the amendment to make sure it complies with what you wished for the amendment, and then I'll call for a seconder, and then we'll start the debate on it. deleted. So everything in red would be everything in red would be deleted. Thank you. That's why I want to get it right before I call for a second. I'll take Councillor Congdon's question first.
You can drop the screen down a little bit if you want, or whatever, move it up. I just want to get to the point of Word 7. Authorise the CEO to allocate 15,000 to the municipal funds. Are you depicting 2025, or what happens in respect to that?
It's not my amendment, so I'll have to refer to Councillor's
Should it read, I'm sorry, Mr. Member, should it read authorise the CEO to allocate $15,000 to municipal funds even in 2025 if applicable? Not.
Okay, your questions, thank you, Councillor.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, my questions are to the CEO. Councillor Bowman's proposed motion basically says that he's included an option to go to 7 wards with 2 councillors each. In my mind and my it's changing ward boundaries is a lengthy
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
I want you to ask a question.
Yeah, the
Councillor.
question is, can all this happen in such a short time frame, considering that December and January are basically no one's there, no one's home.
Mr. CEO.
And the most important issue is community consultation.
Thank you, and through the chair. Well, obviously the report that is associated with the items details some of those issues and concerns. It is a very tight timeline, there's no doubt about that, and it will put all local governments who are required to conduct a boundary review under extreme pressure to finalise a position and have that resolved in order to go to the community for a 6-week period, and that can only really occur prior to Christmas. So we've got to arrive at a position, have that position adopted, convey our high-level preference to the Minister, and conduct community consultation by Christmas in order to consider the responses in January in order to reach the Minister's secondary timeline, which is for him to be advised, I think, on the 14th of February of our final position. So it is a very tight timeline, and that is why we suggested in the report that a minimum number of options be considered, which was 3. Councillor Bowman's motion has come up with a further option, which is a logical one, because obviously 7 wards and 7 fits perfectly into 14. We wouldn't want to see too many more than 4 options.
Any other questions, Councillor Zanino?
The funding, would you require extra funding just to do the ward adjustments, or could that be deleted?
Again, through the chair, if the proposal to conduct a mayoral election in 2025 means that the council retains 15 councillors until 2025, we wouldn't need to conduct a boundary review this year, assuming the Minister accepts that position. He may not, he might carry out his threat and spill the whole council in October next year.
Councillor Bowman, you have further questions?
Just to clarify, but Councillor Zeno's motion is sort of meeting him halfway in that reduce the number of councillors to 14 for 2023 but not have a popularly elected mayor but commit to that in 2025. Is that correct?
No.
I think Councillor Zanino's intent
No.
is for the status quo to remain.
Yes, the intent of my amendment is that the status quo remains until 2025. By 2025, everything that the Minister has asked for will be totally sorted out and ready to implement.
I think you just need to read point 3, Councillor Zanino. When would the reduction of councillors from 15 to 14 come in 2025? And I think we should put that in there. I think that's the point Councillor Bowman's trying to make.
Mr Mayor, because, I mean, we've had one councillor resign, we've got 14 at the moment. And if the Minister was, amenable,
I don't think
we wouldn't have to spend $30,000 to have an extraordinary election.
The Minister has got no jurisdiction. He cannot override the Act, and the Act requires that we hold an extraordinary election. We debated that last month, I believe. Okay, that's what I'm saying. You just want to put something in there like 2025. Thank you. Further question, Councillor Bowman?
With these ongoing changes that we're doing on the run, is it now substantially different to the intent of my motion, which was now we're going not through the voluntary process, and so I'd argue that this is an alternative motion.
Thank you, Mr CEO. Your advice, please.
Through the Chair, the intent of the Minister is to receive the Council's high-level response to this proposal by the 28th of October. So if that is accepted, Councillor Bowman's motion is proposing that we go one way and be consistent with the one of the two options that the Minister has set. Councillor Zanino is to say we do not accept the offer put by by the Minister, and that we are advising him of an alternative position to what he has proposed. I don't see it as an alternative resolution. It's an amendment to the proposal to make it easy for the Council to respond to a direction to this high-level position that he's looking for.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, so then, based on that, if we pass this motion and the Minister does not accept it, we will then either be forced to go through the forced route, which is a complete spill, or if he says not good enough, my calculations would be we cannot do a ward boundary review in time because 1 month is absolutely critical. So again, we will be required to go down the forced option, which is completely against the intent of my motion.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, I take. What's your point of order?
Thank you. The point of order would be that Councillor Bowman is looking into a crystal ball of the Minister that none of us have access to.
Thank you. I uphold your point of order. We can argue that in debate, Councillor Bowman. Yes, you can ask a question, Councillor Catalano.
Thank you. I had my hand up for some time.
Well, I know,
the thing is that the Minister didn't propose a third option for us when the Minister wrote to us. The Minister proposed two options, and that is the one that Councillor Bowman suggested, or if you didn't like that, it'd be the Amendment Act is going to just basically spill the council.
Yes,
there was
what's
no.
the question?
My question is, to change this to 2025 is not one of the options that the Minister proposed. So how can it possibly be in line with what Councillor Bowman is proposing?
You're correct. I've ruled that it is a valid amendment. I'm now going to call for a seconder, and we can start debating it. Do I? Thank you. I've got a dissent motion against my ruling that it's a valid amendment. Do I have a seconder to that? Councillor Catalano. I'll now put that motion. All those in favour to rule against my ruling it's a valid motion, please raise your hand. I've Councillor Bowman, Councillor Podolny, Councillor Howlett, Councillor Catalano, Councillor Knight and Councillor Richardson. That is 6. The dissent motion is lost. I now call for a seconder to Councillor Zanino's amendment. Councillor Johnson. Is there anyone against? You wish to debate it? Thank you, Councillor Zanino. You have 5 minutes to start your debate on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillors, in putting forward these amendments, I think that it's the best way forward for the City of Swan. We have until the 28th of October to get back to the Minister. The City of Swan, I think everybody knows, is the largest geographic council in the Perth metropolitan area. We have a huge population and we are very, very diverse. And every time discussions come forward in this council chamber, the thing that comes up first and foremost is community and community consultation. Now, we're proposing, if we go ahead with the motion proposed by Councillor Bowman without the amendment...
Sorry, what's your point of order, Councillor Bowman? Thank you. I rule you have no point of order, but please continue, Councillor Zanino.
What I'm trying to say is that without the amendment, Councillor Bowman is requiring the staff to go out and work night and day, because to do all these things and also...
What's your point of order? Thank you, Councillor Bowman. You can resume your seat. Thank you.
I'm not suggesting they work night and day. I can advise that it's a fairly simple process to do a discussion paper based on experience.
Yes, thank you. I accept your point of order. Thank you, Councillor Bowman. I don't think anyone would expect staff to work night and day without a break, so you can stay relevant to your amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. What I'm trying to get at is that the most important issue here is that we are going to make some major changes to our ward boundaries and to our representation. The changes that are proposed have to be put out for public comment to the community. My understanding is that it has to go out for at least 6 weeks. Now, when you're going to make these major changes and you go out and seek community advice, you get a whole myriad of different, submissions. The council or the staff have to then go through those and have a look at them. Now, it's not beyond, doubt. I mean, maybe we may need to take on board some of those comments made by the community and make some changes and go back out for further community consultation, which would be another 6 weeks. There's no imperative for this council to go out and, say, well, we have to get this done before Christmas, because January and December and January are 2 dead months. Doesn't matter what you say. People switch off. Prior to Christmas, they've got things, important things, family affairs and things that they're trying to sort out for their Christmas and New Year break. They have long school vacations, kids are on holidays, they go on holidays, so until they get back and get back into working mode, January's gone. Therefore, December and January are basically dead. We need to start the community consultation off fresh in February. We can then go out there and spend the appropriate time consulting with the community on what they would prefer. I mean, reading through the report, you know, there's one of the...
you have 1 minute left, thank you.
One of the options is to, you know, retain the current council and just abolish the Swan Valley Gidgegannup position, ward. So you're just going to have one councillor representing the Swan Valley Gidgegannup ward. I mean, is that going to be acceptable by the community? It's already, the Swan Valley Gidgegannup ward is geographically huge and it's so diverse. You've got so many different communities. And I think the option of 7 wards with 2 councillors each has great merit, and that should be explored. But you need the time. And there's no imperative, because the Minister has not said, I mean, as the CEO has already stated, the legislation hasn't even been through Parliament. And if we as a council unite and say, yes, Minister, we understand what you're saying, we have got all your correspondence, we are very happy to abide by that, but because of our sheer size and the need for community consultation, we need the time. Therefore,
you,
we will
Councillor
adhere
Zanino.
to what you say for the 2025 election.
Thank you. That's your 5 minutes. Councillor Johnson is the seconder.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, Mr Mayor, I think Councillor Zanino's amendment shows great leadership. The Minister has given us 2 options, but what Councillor Zanino's motion is giving us is the opportunity to propose a 3rd way of solving this problem. Councillor Zanino's motion is in effect providing a counter offer to the Minister, and I think it's a very wise thing to do. We're still achieving the Minister's objectives, but in a slightly different time frame and in a more realistic time frame. There is no urgent need to move to a popularly elected mayor or to reduce the number of councillors to 14, but if we accept the principle, we should do it in a realistic time frame. I think the other point that's been made is the Minister has no legislation to support his kind offer for us to change this way of electing the mayor and reduce the number of councillors. He obviously intends to produce legislation to do that, or he wouldn't have told us. But perhaps we accept he's going to produce such legislation and put it through Parliament. But the Minister currently has time frames that are definitely too short for the city, and I think you heard Councillor Zanino explain that really well. Councillors, there are some here, not that many, who remember the last boundary review that settled the current boundaries we have now. And it took an awful long time. I think we were still here at 1 o'clock in the morning debating it. I think it went on really at some length. It's an extraordinarily difficult time. I think it might have been deferred as well. I think it went out several times. There were numerous options. I think there was something like 15 alternate motions, something like that. That's an exaggeration, by the way, but there were at least 7 or 8. It's a difficult and challenging thing to do, particularly if we want to hear from our community about what wards they want, where the wards should be, how many there should be, how many councillors in each ward. 2025 gives the city time to do its job. It gives the community time to respond to requests for submissions, and it gives council time to consider different options. It is a very challenging thing to do. I'm sure if we pass this amendment and then go on to pass the motion, that the Minister will see that we are a large, well-organised and disciplined city, that we are intending to make the change that he wants, and that we are intending to do it in an orderly manner in consultation with our community. I think it demonstrates that we are a large, well-organised city, council and community, and I'm confident that he will see that we are showing leadership and he will support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. A speaker against the amendment, Councillor Bowman.
Mr Mayor, there is an urgent need. The Minister has said voluntary or I will do it for you. Councillors, I don't like what the Minister is making local governments do, and the only way I can describe it is saying he's doing it with what feels like a loaded gun to our head, but I don't like that expression. So I did what most would turn to and Googled it, and it told me that this expression means to force someone to do something by threatening to take extreme action against them if they do not, which perhaps actually sounds worse. Go along with the voluntary pathway, or if you don't, I will force your hand and make you take the reform pathway. A complete spill and no wards. Let's be clear though, as others have stated it, I agree, no legislation there at the moment, however there is every indication there will be. During his speech to 500 local government mayors, councils and CEOs on Monday that I attended and the Deputy Mayor attended, I made sure I took a few notes about comments he said. Can't afford to stand still and do nothing. No one is a winner. The consultation has been detailed and exhaustive. The Minister clearly, however, doesn't understand or care about the timeframes involved with the ward boundary review, and that is clear that he's pushing ahead with the changes, and no matter who or what gets in his way. Having now developed and written a number of ward boundary review discussion papers for various local governments, I believe I am somewhat qualified to say that any local government that undertakes a ward boundary review in the period of time that local government has been given will require someone at the city having a very good understanding of the process, the requirements and experience, and will have to drop everything just to write a discussion paper. Otherwise, the city will not give the attention that it should get or deserve. There is very few in the local government industry that have experienced ward boundary reviews. Can it be done? Yes, it can. Easily be done. But like anything in life, when something is rushed or you're doing it for the first time, you always say later, I could have done a better job. By limiting the review to simply ward boundaries and the number of councillors per ward and having an end goal of 14 councillors makes it so much easier. We are partly responsible for this. In February, I put up the notice of motion to undertake a review of ward boundaries and representation, with the purpose being to reduce the number of councillors to 14 so we could take plenty of time. We knew that the proposed changes were coming. It was clear in the consultation. And just to remind everyone, not one councillor seconded that motion. I then advised, and it was brought up before, during debate of the vacancy for the Alcone ward, that a letter was coming from the Minister, and even roughly what was going to be in it. But again, we chose not to act. Maybe if we close our eyes, it'll all go away. The Minister has made it very clear. Councillors, the voluntary option allows us to undertake a ward review. We can limit the review to simply reducing the number of councillors as per the officer's report, and then it's simply the number of councillors per ward. There's no need to have the special meeting. I don't support the view of Councillor Zanino, because what he is doing is putting our end result in the hands of the Minister. Councillors say no to the voluntary option and pass this motion, and when the legislation is gazetted, and it's all indication it's been March, this city will be made by the Minister and any other local government that doesn't go the voluntary route to have a complete spill and abolish wards for 2023. This would be disastrous for the City of Swan, given our size, our significant differences in the city boundaries, viticulture, heritage, development, rural, etc., in addition to the impacts to the local government when the majority of councillors change the election needs to be considered. You only have to look at Mundaring for that. Just imagine a complete spill, a ballot paper of 49 candidates. That's the number of candidates over the last 2 elections. You would have more with preferential voting as well. Councillors, the decision that you make should not be what is the best for you, but it needs to be what's in the best of the city. We have got our own destinies in our hands. We have time to do a ward boundary review. we would go out to advertise on the 10th of November. It would close roughly on the 17th of December, if I've got my figures right.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. That's your 5 minutes. Speaker for the amendment, Councillor Congdon.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and I guess I can speak on a little bit of authority in relation to this as the previous chair for 9 years from the Local Government Advisory Board. That board is in charge of looking at amalgamations, amendments, boundary adjustments, etc., etc. But I'd like you to draw some of the comments that Councillor Bowman gave. The Minister said we've had detailed and exhaustive consultation. No, we haven't. No, we haven't. We haven't any consultation. Not exhaustive.
Point of order, Mr Mayor.
What's your
Well, no,
point
we
of
haven't.
Sorry, what's your point of order, Councillor
Has the
Bowman?
city not had consultation about changes to legislation that we actually put actually a submission into?
I'm to ask Councillor Congdon what type of community or consultation are you referring to?
The commentary, Mr Mayor, was detailed
Yes,
and
but-
exhaustive.
But with whom?
The Minister stated he had given detailed and exhaustive consultation.
Thank you. So not with the community, but with local government.
With anyone that I'm aware of, whether it's detailed and exhaustive. He may have made commentary, Mr Mayor, in respect to some of the reforms, but not
Yes.
detailed or exhaustive.
Thank you. Please continue.
So detailed and exhaustive, detailed is in, this is going to be a proposed Act of Parliament. This is like getting a box of breakfast cereal and on the back has got nothing of what's in it. And you open it up and you can make up your own mind. If you have a look at the letter that was sent by the Minister, it said many councils have expressed a proactive intent to implement reforms. At my last few days at Walga, I can tell you there's a number of councils have expressed the complete opposite of doing this. And then it talks about this relatively small change. What is relatively small when we're looking at a by-election for a councillor in December to bring our number up to the required 15, and then in October remove one, but in the process we have to go through all of this boundary review. It would have been far better if the Minister had turned around and put the Act in place and made this for 2025, as suggested by Councillor Zanino. He further writes, accordingly, I write to advise of two pathways your council may consider. It doesn't say accordingly, I write to advise of two pathways your council will consider. It's may consider. If we have a look at the discussion points of saying we go to popularly elected mayor, we look at a ward review, we look at dropping the number, that is all achievable by this council in the up to the 2025, and it's done without pressuring staff, without pressuring the council, certainly with not confusing our constituents out there who are going to ask what is going on. Will Guildford Midland be split up? Will Altone be split up? Will Whiteman be split up? Will Brabham end up going somewhere else and not with Ballajura? I mean, come on, guys, this is just the threat which I hate the most. And I was advised to choose my words very carefully tonight, and I'm going to take that advice. But there is a distinct and absolute threat. Governments shouldn't be threatening local governments to go down a pathway expediently where you can make errors to satisfy the need of Parliament. Minister, I respect your position. You should respect one of the largest growth councils in Western Australia and allow us the opportunity to get this ward representation review and or mayor, popularly elected mayor or otherwise in train. I had a meeting with the Minister, casual meeting, a night ago, where I explained the debacle of having a special election to appoint someone and then a little more than 10 months later having to get rid of someone. And he said to me, well, that's the Act, Mel. That's the Act. I said, well, you are doing something here, Minister, that you haven't got the Act.
Yeah, 1 minute left, thank you.
You haven't got the Act. So in one hand you're referring to the Act, and on the other hand you're referring to no Act. So you're saying we must abide, in essence, by an Act that I'm going to put to Parliament. What happens if a whole bunch of authorities come back to the Minister and say, look, we want the time, Minister. We're asking you to give us the time, Minister, to assess this. He again repeated, I'm bound by the Act, Mel. I said, well, I'm pretty disappointed, Minister, that you're not going to give us the opportunity to have a chat with you in relation to this. The next morning I got a phone call from the Minister's office asking us to go and see him. I think we have the Mayor, the CEO and myself going to see the Minister, and I'd like to be able to put this, or the Mayor, to put this to the Minister, that this is the Council's decision. We're happy to proceed along the lines that you'd like, but we want a little bit more time. So we're agreeing to your two proposed pathway changes. We'd like to do it in our time that's going to be suitable to our constituents.
Thank you, Councillor Congdon. Speaker for the amendment. Question, Councillor Henderson.
Mr Mayor, if we were to do something as significant as complete rehash of ward boundaries and the like, would it be considered a major requirement under our community consultation? What period of time would we need to be able to go out and communicate and do public sessions and the like to be able to do? Is it only 6 weeks, or is it 3 months, 90 days?
Mr. CEO.
I might need to get Marielle to answer that from a policy position, but from a legal position, the city is required to go out for community consultation for a period not less than 6 weeks on this subject.
Does that satisfy your answer, Councillor Henderson? Thank you. I'll ask for a speaker against the amendment. Councillor Catalano.
Thank you. Look, local government is a creature of the state government. I don't know how many times we've sat in this chamber and I've had to listen to, well, the state government tells us what to do and we've just got to listen to it. Oh, this is on planning grounds. But we're talking about the Minister is telling us that the local government, City of Swan is a local government. We are a creature of state government. We are told what to do in terms of our administration, of the way we conduct ourselves, and what we do by the state government. Imperative. This is utterly imperative. The Minister. What makes us think here in this room that there's going to be a special case made for the City of Swan? Where do you possibly get that belief? And the Minister's going to say, oh yeah, it's such a big area. The Minister has made it clear in his letter, that's why he's written the letter, he's applied it across the board to all local governments, as is his jurisdiction. And he said that he's going to intend to amend the Act. The Act is going to be amended, and we're going to let ourselves be left behind because we think we might be arrogant enough to think that we're a special case and we're going to get special treatment. Surely not. Surely not. We don't live in that world, do we? Really. But make no doubt about it. He says, yeah, this relatively small change, and it is a relatively small change for this council because it's one councillor and an elected mayor. He says not, it'd be good if you did it. He said it should be implemented. That means it has to be implemented for the 2023 ordinary elections. That's one option. And then the second option is, if you're not going to do that, then there will be a voluntary pathway. Now, he says, for councils with wards, now this is the voluntary pathway, this pathway would provide that all council offices can be declared vacant and all wards can be abolished. And then it said that he goes on to say that if the council decides to follow the voluntary pathway but does not suitably complete the ward and representation review, which maybe I'm getting confused. What I'm trying to say is that what we've got an option to be in control of what happens in 2023, or we've got an option to let the minister control what happens next year, which is a complete spill. We have no wards, and it's out of our control then. We're going to have to, at that point, next year in 2023, there's no getting out of it, in 2023, we're going to have to do the ward reviews then, because we won't have any wards. I mean, if you think that the public are going to be outraged by a quick ward review, imagine what they're going to be feeling like when there's no wards. I mean, can you imagine if we're really worried about what the people, what the public, what our constituents are going to say? Just think what that's going to be about. It's going to be, what the hell is going on? Whatever has this council done? And then we're going to have together and cobble together in 2023 with possibly a whole room full of completely inexperienced councillors who actually could come all from Ellenbrook, or they could all come from Midland, right? Trying to work out how the hell and who the hell is going to represent Ellenbrook, who's going to represent Swan Valley, it's mayhem. And that's why the minister's saying, please, be sensible and go the voluntary pathway. But the thing is, he is pretty keen on getting this done, because he says once you adopt the voluntary pathway, that you do have to follow the timeline. You do have to follow the timeline. And he gives the timeline and he says the following steps will need to occur to meet the 30th of June 2023 deadline.
Yeah, 1 minute left.
That's an imperative, people. That's a must. It's not, oh, well, what we'll do is we'll have discussions and ministers like, we're such a big demographic area and we've got like such a diverse... No, there's no exceptions. We're not the only council like that. And one other thing is, it's a very popular idea in the community to have a publicly elected mayor. I want to remind you about that. There's nobody in the community that's saying, we don't want to vote for the mayor. They do. So it's just crazy. We've got to actually get on board, go down the voluntary pathway, do the best for our constituents so that they've got some certainty come next year, and accept that, we're not going to convince the minister. Otherwise, there's plenty of other councils that are probably not liking it, but
Thank you,
they're going
Councillor
to have to
Catalano.
accept
That's
it
your
just as
5
we
minutes.
are.
Thank you. Councillor for the amendment. Councillor Henderson.
Okay, councillors. Just want to cover some of the stuff that I've just heard about will. I don't think we live in the time of Henry VIII when an implied word actually means that it is the word. I see lots of may formulate, it should, would need to, those kind of things. The point I want to make is that the implication may be there, but the words aren't exactly there. So if for instance, we decide to offer the minister, and I'm talking about offer the minister, an alternate that works for the minister, well, I imagine he should consider it. But the point I will make is that the minister has had since I think February or something like that, when it all mooted, sitting on his hands doing nothing. He could have actually done something and done this a lot sooner and given people an opportunity to do something with it. So what's he doing? Warming the seat or whatever. Frankly, that's not good enough. We're not here to be bullied, and frankly, this letter is a bullying letter.
Point of order.
What's the point of order? Thank you, Councillor.
It's not about the Minister, it's about the task at hand. And the task at hand is responding to what the Minister has asked us to do. It's not about criticising the Minister.
Thank you, Councillor Catalano. You don't have a point of order. If you could please continue, Councillor Henderson.
Maybe I should have sat down. I'm sorry about that.
Stop speaking. That was good enough.
Well, maybe my knees need the exercise, Mr. Mayor. Could I just simply say that the path that's being proposed is actually a good one. The points are made about consultation, to me, are significant. The community have not been given the opportunity by a minister who's been sitting on his hands doing nothing. And that's simply not right. And I do believe that community will become very aware of that. You can see what's happened in the newspapers. There's been outrage about it. So for us to offer him an alternative, which actually gives him his long-term plan, frankly, that's fine. To have a popular elected mayor, I don't actually personally believe that popular elected mayors are the way to go. I've always thought that the council should decide who the mayor is, at least so you know who you're working with, rather than someone who's come in from outside, so to speak. As for the amendments proposed by Councillor Zanino, I think they very nicely improve on what Councillor Bowman's done, and hopefully we can approve the amendments and get on with the motion and carry it. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker against the amendment. Councillor Podolny.
I just want to say we might not like this, but the bottom line is we've been given two options by the Minister only, and we really risk, I fear, missing the boat if we start meddling with a third option that's not even on the table. This amendment creates an option that veers away from what the Minister has advised us he's seeking. That's clear. If we don't comply with these two pathways, I'm really concerned we're going to waste a lot of time, and we haven't got a lot of time. There's nothing to suggest the Minister is looking for a counter-offer. Just our agreement with one of two pathways related to the direction he actually wants to go. So if we don't meet the brief we've been given, again, we run the real risk of missing the boat here. Obviously, the voluntary route is the best one to go down. That's what we should be getting on with tonight, and this motion, without the amendment, provides for this. Yes, the time frame is tight, but staff can do it. The CEO has told us that tonight. I agree, Christmas is the worst time, but it's the time frame we've been given by the Minister, and we don't have the luxury of deciding when we're going to do this. So the options given to us by the Minister still involve putting this out for public comment. I don't even understand why that's been raised as some kind of issue. We'll still hear from the community if we choose the voluntary option, and the final decision will be made by February next year. Again, please, let's get on with this. Let's not waste time.
Thank you. Speaker for the amendment. Any other speakers for or against? And before I hand back to you, Councillor Zanino, on your amendment, I'll enter the debate. Thank you, Councillor Congdon. You can chair the meeting. I don't like what the Minister has proposed, but I think I'm a bit of a realist, and I think I understand human nature. Now, I didn't hear about this in February of this year. I actually heard about it from the Minister at a training course I went to in February of last year. I don't think the Minister's been sitting on the hand. You look at the absolute majority the current government has in both houses, they will just push this through. I thought a realistic time frame. I didn't think it could be done by 2023, and I thought 2025 is the obvious choice. The obvious choice, I believe, has been taken away from us with the letter we received from the Minister. So our destiny is in our hands. and I believe the sooner the better, just as Councillor Podovnik, that we need to start. So I can't support the motion put by Councillor Zanino. I know Councillor Congdon had a conversation with the Minister just a couple of days ago, and the Minister's now invited us to have a meeting. I think I'm not going to hear what I hear at that meeting. I think he's going to tell us to toe the line, to either abide by his two options. Either we do the voluntary one of undertaking a review, otherwise he will have a complete spill. And I think that would be devastating not only for our residents but for councillors who were elected in October last year. If you wanted to be on council, you have to run a whole new campaign. Not as detrimental to the 7 councillors who would be up for election in 2023 anyhow, but I cannot support the amendment based on what I've heard tonight. I don't like the way the Minister has given us, in my view, no options. It's one way or the other, so I can't support your motion, Councillor Zanino. Having said my piece, I will then hand it back to you for your right of reply. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to be very brief. The suggestion that voluntary, we either do it voluntary or I will do it for you, to me just doesn't gel. I mean, it's been stated. It's almost like saying one size fits all. Well, let me tell you, one size doesn't fit all. All councils are different. They're different in all sorts of ways, and I can assure you that the Minister is no dummy, and he's very intelligent, and if he gets correspondence from any local government, doesn't matter who it is, giving valid reasons for a proposal, it would be a very, very brave Minister just to ignore those requests, because at the end of the day, governments, it doesn't matter whether it's federal government, state government, local government, we rely on our communities. We're out there every 2-4 years, whatever it is, state government, federal government elections, they have people out there, marketing people, trying to work out what people want, what they need, because they are there to serve the community. And I think that this issue is very, very, very important to the City of Swan, to local government as a whole, and to the community. And I think that if this council has any sort of respect for their community, then this is what they should be doing. Because we're not saying that we don't want a popularly elected mayor. That is going to happen. You know, we're not saying that we're not going to get rid of a councillor and reduce the numbers. That is going to happen. Everything that the Minister has put forward is going to happen. All we're asking for is, Minister, we just need the time to do it properly, rather than try and rush it through. And I commend both Councillor Congdon and Councillor Johnson for the remarks they both made. I think that they really did hit the mark, and they do understand what the real issues are, and understand that the community is the most important factor in this formula. So I think that it's in your hands. I personally think that you should all be supporting this, because it is the way to go.
Thank you, Councillor Zanino. I'm now going to put the amendment. Those in favour of the amendment, please raise your hand. Councillor Jones, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Congdon, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson, which is 5. The amendment is lost. we now go back to substantive motion. Nobody has spoken on that. Is there anyone against the substantive motion? Well, do you wish to debate it, Councillor Congress? You don't wish to debate the motion put. Thank you. Perhaps if I could just ask the minutes clerk to go back to the original motion of Councillor Bowman, so everyone is clear on what we're voting on. So it's in your run sheet. We still have to get it updated. Yes, on page 19 of your run sheet. So I had a motion by Councillor Bowman. The seconder was Councillor Bedogny. Sorry. Just reading my sheet. Yes, that's correct. We have someone against, but they don't wish to debate it. Is there anyone wish to debate it? Question, Councillor Henderson.
I would ask Councillor Bowman if under his point 8 he would consider removing the piece about apologising to the community, because it's not our problem.
Well, I think that's why he wants to apologise, because it's not our doing. It's not our doing, and I think we need to make that clear in all community consultations. Not about choosing or making Councillor Henderson. Okay, if everyone's aware of what we're going to vote on, I now put the motion of Councillor Bowman. Those in favour? Those in favour? Well, I can ask you to look at the motion on page 19. We're still waiting for that. We can wait if it's all up, but I'd like to move on with the meeting. So we're going to vote on the motion as in the folder. Those in favour of Councillor Jones, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Podolnik, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Howlett, Councillor Catalano, myself, Councillor Knight, Councillor Richardson and Councillor McCulloch, which is 10. The motion is passed, or the amendment is passed. You've got all those recorded, and the 5 against. The 3 against for Councillor. Sorry, it was Councillor Henderson, Councillor Zanino, and Councillor Condon. I thought I choose for the motion. Yes. So 10-3. Thank you. Right, councillors, that brings us to items of urgent business. And I was advised earlier in the night, as soon as the CEO received a potential revocation motion. No, in our order of business, we deal with urgent business before we go to item C. Yes, thank you, Mr. CEO.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just explain the procedure for a revocation motion or a rescission, whichever word you choose to use. But the procedure is Councillor Bowman will need to have 4 supporters for his motion of rescission to be considered. So there needs to be 5 people in favour of the notice of rescission. But Councillor Bowman also needs to advise what the alternate motion is in the event that the rescission motion is passed. And if that is the case, for the alternate motion to be successful, you need an absolute majority. So Councillor Bowman needs 5 members to support his rescission.
So himself and 4 others.
4 others, and an absolute majority for the alternative to be passed.
So have you got an alternative drafted? Thank you, Councillor Bowman.
Be my recommendation. So it is to revoke the previous decision, and it was what I put up that should have been debated first.
We've dealt with that and we've defeated it.
Yeah, so that's
Question.
That's going to the motion that was passed needs to be rescinded.
Yep. Okay.
Question.
So I have a revocation motion moved by Councillor Bowman.
Question first. Which vote requires an absolute majority? Is it the revocation vote or the subsequent motion, replacement
The
motion?
revocation vote after 5.
Once I get 5 councillors, or 4 plus Councillor Bowman, indicating they're happy to support a revocation motion, that's when I'd put it to the vote, and we must have an absolute majority. But as I said, I'd like to have what's going to be revoked, which is Councillor Bowman's indicated this is the original motion that he moved. So do I have councillors in support of the revocation motion? Please raise your hand. So I have Councillor Jones, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Prodovnik, Councillor Howard, Councillor Knight, Councillor Zanino and Councillor Howitt. So I have the 5 of 5, Mr CEO. So the revocation motion can be considered. So if I can just bring up the original motion of Councillor Bowman on the screen, thank you, Kathy, because that's his new motion to be moved. Okay, so I need a motion to revoke the previous decision. Yes, move that way, but some words to go on the screen. Getting them typed up now. Thank you, councillors. Thank you for your patience. You want the councillors again who supported the revocation motion? You've got them, thank you. If we could work on the revocation motion so we can continue with the words after the decision on item 13.9, that is the staff recommendation, and there's the wording after the vote. And following
Just deal with the revocation motion first.
So we're now going to vote on the revocation motion with what the support. Yes. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Jones. I'll now put the motion. Do you want to speak on the motion? Thank you, Councillor Bowman. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Oh, sorry, I've got a question.
I thought I
Councillor
already
Bowman.
started.
Well, the question came before you. Well, I'll ask, is anyone against? Do you wish to debate it, Councillor Johnson? No? Well, I don't know if people don't understand what happened or there's a fundamental error. I'm going to invite you to start your debate with Councillor Bowman. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And Mr Mayor, embracing change was a topic at the Wagga conference, and change is good, except when we change something that 1 works and 2 leads to confusion. Mr Mayor, you were responsible and you were required to rule on whether you changed the order, not a council resolution. That's the first issue we have. The ruling could have then gone against you, yet you put it to the vote. Mr Mayor, the motion to change the order created a significant, in my view, legislative issue, in that we were advised that my motion was to be considered after the officer's recommendation. Mr Mayor, this eliminated my ability to make an amendment. Because, Mr Mayor, if I had to move the amendments to suit what my motion was, I couldn't then deal with my motion, and that wasn't thought through.
Points of order, Mr Mayor.
What's your point of order, Councillor Johnson?
I think this is correct. We followed the meeting procedures local law to the T. So we suspended standing orders. We suspended local law 2.2. And I gave the list an order in which the alternate motions should be considered. So it's quite simple and straightforward. Nothing unusual or difficult about it. Nothing unlawful about it.
And I agree, Councillor Johnson. And to my recollection, and I stand to be corrected by the minute clerk or anyone else can remember, because it was a long time ago in tonight's proceedings, I did put it to the council, and the council voted on it. It wasn't my decision made arbitrarily. It was the decision of this council to change the order of proceedings, and I made that very clear that the order of proceedings would then be for deferral, for the officer's recommendation, for Councillor Bowman's alternative, and then Councillor Jones after that. That was a decision of this council. So if you could please continue.
Mr Mayor, I'll ask the question then, because this is where the confusion is. You put that to the council, and under our meeting procedure local law, my understanding is that was a decision that you should have made, and only then would council go against that. Can I get advice from the manager of government?
I can't change what happened to Councillor Bowman. It was put to council. Council made the decision. I followed the council, and we debated the item. So you've now had your rescission motion seconded. I would ask you to continue your debate, please.
Point of order, Mr Mayor. At this point, I'd just like to correct something.
What's your point of order, Councillor?
Just draw Council's attention to, on page 29 of our local law, suspension of this local law. A member may at any time move that the operation of one or more of the provisions of this local law be suspended. A member moving a motion, etc. It is a motion of council that decides to suspend the local law and to determine how to proceed, not a decision of the Mayor. So Councillor Bowman is making an incorrect statement.
I thought I'd clarified that, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Bowman, if you could please proceed.
Mr Mayor, 6.4, variation to a motion or an amendment. 4.10, not opening of discussion. I could go on. Mr Mayor, there was confusion.
I would suggest you debate your item, Councillor.
I'm debating the revocation. I can't debate the item that's revoked, Mr Mayor.
So, point of order, Mr Mayor. Look, if Councillor Bowman is confused, he should refer to himself. He can't know whether other councillors are confused. I didn't see any confusion. To me, it was as clear as a bell what we did.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Bowman, if you could please continue.
Mr Mayor, I was not able to move an amendment because of what the decision was. That goes against what our meeting procedure local law allows us to do.
Point of order.
What's your point of order, Councillor Johnson?
Councillor Bowman is trying to suggest he would move an amendment to his own motion. And we can't do that. That's wrong as well.
Councillor Bowman, I'll just ask that you continue the debate. Use up your 5 minutes. Use just under 2 minutes at the moment.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, there seems, even around this table now, that there's confusion, Mr Mayor. All I'm saying is... Sorry, Mr Mayor.
Please continue, Councillor Bowman, and don't
interrupting.
interrupt.
I can quote the section of the...
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. If you let Councillor Bowman continue his debate uninterrupted, unless you have a valid point of order.
Yeah, I do have a valid point of order. Councillor Bowman keeps referring to confusion. He can only refer to his own confusion and not to others. So if he's confused, he should make that point.
I rule that you have no point of order. Thank you. Please continue, Councillor Bowman.
Mr Mayor, all I'm saying is let's hit the reset button. Let's discuss the debate again. But however, there needs to be allowance for changes to the officer's recommendation as per amendment what we would normally be allowed to do.
Point of order, Mr Mayor. That's wrong. It's simply wrong. Councillor Bowman would not be able to change the motion, and there was no debate. He could have put his hand up and said amendment at any point, but he never did.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillors, have you finished your debate, Councillor Bowman, or do you want to? Well, if I have a point of order, then I've got to stop your debate, deal with the point of order, make a ruling, and I've asked Councillor Johnson not to interrupt your debate time unless he has a valid point of order, and the last 2 times I've ruled that he has no valid point of order, and I've asked you to continue with your debate. Thank you.
Mr Mayor, I'm simply saying let's start it again. Let's make sure we're all on the same page with what went on, because I believe that we weren't all.
Thank you. As the seconder, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I won't add too much more to what Councillor Bowman has said, but I too agree that in the tea break several councillors were confused, and we discussed this as to what had gone on. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker against the decision motion.
Councillors, I think we've heard from one councillor who spoke about confusion. I think Councillor Bowman was the councillor who was confused.
Point of order, Mr Mayor.
What's your point of order? Thank
I didn't
you.
actually say I was confused. I said there was confusion.
Yes. You have no point of order.
Yeah. Look, if a councillor is talking about confusion, he must be in his own head. And it was absolutely
Point of order, Mr Mayor.
Thank you.
Reflection. Adverse reflection. 7.1.
Yes, I agree. I'd ask you to withdraw that comment. Thank you, Councillor Johnson.
I'll withdraw it as much as I can, Mr Mayor. We'll just rewind.
Well, no, I want
Point of order, Mr Mayor.
I want you to withdraw it completely.
I'll withdraw it, Mr Mayor.
Thank you.
Councillors, if there was a councillor who did not understand what was going on, I suggest I took you through it carefully. I had it written down and I explained what we were doing, councillor. What we were doing for your benefit was we were suspending our meeting procedures local law at section 2.2. It's something we do quite regularly. It happens, it usually is done by Councillor Parry, and it has never caused any confusion before. The only difference here was that it was done within one item in order to change the order to make it actually simpler and more logical and easier to understand, especially if you're a former governance officer. I gave you a minute there to do a point of order, councillor. So what we did was we changed it. We got new information. So motion 1 was to defer. Motion 2 was the officer's recommendation, so we could see which councillors were interested in voting for that, which was the full approval. And then if that had failed, then we would have moved to the next item, which was Councillor Bowman's motion, which gave a more limited approval. And then finally there was Councillor Jones's motion, which was for the complete rejection of it. Now, councillors, this is a simple and logical process. It's almost like an option or a reverse option. To me, it was the easiest way of addressing the matter, and the idea that any councillor didn't understand what was going on, and we have on many occasions used Section 11 to suspend the meeting procedure, local law 2.2. We've done it many times, and I don't think there's any confusion. I don't think there's any reason to have a revocation motion at all. I think there was no confusion. I think it was quite straightforward. I think it's more that one councillor inadvertently found himself in a situation where there was no debate, because Councillor Bowman himself said he didn't want to debate the item. He didn't want to debate the officer's recommendation. That's why there was no debate. So the confusion is somewhere to my left. So councillors, I think we've already made this decision. I think we made the right decision, and we made it very quickly, effectively, and efficiently. And I think it's an excellent. We did a really good job. So I would urge council not to revoke this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Speaker for the revocation motion. For the revocation. Thank you, Councillor Kelly.
And I wasn't planning to, but actually, now that I have heard a few of the discussions, I think I agree. I agree with Councillor Bowman. How a councillor puts up an amendment to the officer's recommendation. The amendment, we've already been through this when we had those new arrangements with the previous CEO, and where he was trying to bring in the officer's recommendation first and do change amendments to the office, and we just all agreed it didn't work. It didn't work. That we'd go back to our system, which was there's an officer's recommendation. A councillor puts up an alternative amendment, and that's discussed first, and then if that doesn't get through, you go to the officer's recommendation. And it's true, it does make sense, because if we had the officer's recommendation tonight for this particular item, if Councillor Bowman had then said, look, I want to make all the amendments to that officer's recommendation that he wanted to make in his amended motion, it wouldn't have been acceptable. Guess why? Because it was already a motion, it was already an amendment on the table that had already been fiddled about with and put in a separate order. So that should have really been heard before the officer's recommendation. That's the way we've agreed to do it. And I just think what it's going to do, it's going to set up a lot of uncertainty now about how we do business in terms of amendments, because we're going to go back to the system that we've already thrown out, that the previous CEO tried to introduce, which is you bring in the officer's report and you try to amend it. We all found that completely confusing, but now we're bringing it back in certain exceptional circumstances. And I think it was confusing, and I think that's the reason why it did get in initially, and I even wonder whether it was actually even logical to bring in the officer's recommendation first and then do the amendments afterwards. Doesn't make sense. You'd do the amendments first, then we've already gone down this track, and that's what we've decided. And so in that sense, I have to actually agree that we really do need to do it the way that we've agreed, this council has agreed to do business. Even though you can be tricky with the standing rules, I actually don't like it when councillors are tricky with the standing rules, just to ambush. It's really horrible being you do what you think is the accepted kind of protocol, and then you just get ambushed. And it's actually unnecessary for council to behave this way amongst each of us. We should be really respecting the fact that we've got a protocol, and that's once you start getting sort of tricky and ambushing, and it's like all kind of protocols go out the window. Sort of Murphy's Law or Rafferty's Rule, or let's go back to the protocol that we said we agreed to, and that's why only reason why I'm supporting this at this stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Catalano. The Speaker against the revocation motion. Any other speakers for or against? Councillor Condon.
Councillor Catalano, you couldn't have said it any better. Councillor Johnson, very strategic. He knew exactly what he was doing, exactly, and the council agreed. There is no issue about what went on. We all agreed to the order change, and by doing so, we all should have known a little bit better that the deferral maybe should have got up on the new information. Lots of heads were shaking in the room and in the gallery, but to move to the officer's recommendation, bypassing the other two alternatives that we had, was, and again I say, Councillor Catalano, agreeing with you, somewhat probably improper. But however, the standing rules say that you can do it, and that's what happened. So I'm happy to support the revocation. I'm happy to see it go back on the discussion, and let's see where it takes us.
Thank you, Councillor Condon. I just pause momentarily to say it's almost 10 past 10. The councillors wish to continue this item tonight, or at least the revocation part, so we'll get a decision on the revocation. At that time, I'll be seeking a motion to close this meeting or adjourn it and come back on another time. Another speaker in support or against the revocation. Any other speakers, councillors? Then before I hand Councillor Richardson. Well, Councillor Richardson, I'm just asking, do you want to enter the debate or not? No? Then before I ask for your right of reply, Councillor Bowman, I'd like to have my few words on the matter. I thought it was very clear. I don't think anyone was confused, but I do agree with Councillor Congdon. Councillor Johnson had a plan, a strategic plan in my view. He emailed me prior to the meeting and asked if I would change the order of proceedings to something that he found preferable to him. He asked that I dealt with the items with an alternative limited time of, he said the current sequence is, which was on the agenda, alternative limited with limited approval, then a refusal, and then the officer's recommendation. And he advised me he believed a better sequence would be the officer's recommendation, an alternative time limit, and then refusal, and that way we can achieve what I call a better sequence. This would enable those who want to approve to vote for that instead of having to vote in the first instance for a compromise. I wrote back to him and I said, Ian, I'll be staying with the accepted practice. I don't believe I can or should I chop and change the order of proceedings without any undue criticism. You may wish to amend our meeting procedures if you wish. I then received another email along the same lines, and I said I won't be doing it because I'll be opening I won't be doing it from the chair. It will be a council decision. The council made that decision after hearing the options, with the deferral then put in because that was new information that came to light during a public statement. So I believe when a couple of councils have been debating the differences of what should have happened, what could have happened, I believe everything occurred in line with our meeting procedures. It was a council decision. The order of the recommendations we dealt with. We're now dealing with the rescission motion, and I support the rescission motion. So I'll now leave it up to you, Councillor Bowman, for your right of reply. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And as Councillor Jones said, there is some confusion. I'm not going to name who those people mentioned. There was some confusion on what's happened. Mr. Mayor, Councillor Johnson said, we do it all the time. Mr. Mayor, I don't know. It definitely hasn't happened when I've been on council. When I've been watching before as well, Mr. Mayor, we have not...
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
And what's your point of order, Councillor Johnson?
I think it's that presenting false information. Councillor Perry moves a motion to amend the order. It's almost every meeting.
Yes, the difference is, Councillor Johnson, so I rule you have no point of order. I'd like to explain.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I just want to explain why.
Well, I was going to put that in my debate, but you go for it, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Parry will quite often, as other councillors do, will change the order of the item. So we may have some urgent items, or there's sometimes people in the gallery and he wants to leave them, let them go early. So we'll change the item where it comes on the list, but we've never, in my 30 years of experience, changed the motions in order. So I believe you're correct, Councillor Bowman. We've never done it in this way.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and if I had been allowed to continue, I would have got that backed out for the point of order. Mr. Mayor, all I'm saying is let's make sure it's the best decision for our community, whatever the outcome is, and that's why I'm saying let's deal with this revocation.
Thank you. I'm now going to put the revocation motion as alluded earlier by the CEO. It has to be an absolute majority. Those in favour? I have Councillor Jones, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Brodovnik, Councillor Howlett, Councillor Catalano, Councillor Congadin, myself, Councillor Knight, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson and Councillor McCulloch. That is 11. I believe the two, or might have been three, two against Councillor Johnson and Councillor Richardson. The revocation motion is carried. Having determined that point in proceedings at 10:15, I intend to adjourn this council meeting to next Wednesday at 6 p.m. and I'd like a resolution from the floor to do that. Moved Councillor Congadin, seconded Councillor Johnson. Is there anyone against? Uh, 6 o'clock next Wednesday. There's no one against, so I declare that carried. I thank everyone for their attendance, their perseverance. To the members in the public gallery, thank you. And to our media staff, thank you very much, Claire.